Okay, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome. How are folks today? Hey, Andres. Hey, Down Under Maker and Kobe. Hey, Andres and Thomas and Bill. Mike and Redacted. Hey, Projects in Dad's Garage and Dave. How are we doing today? Thomas and Jordan and Rob. Steven, PF Dennis, Bill, Dr. Dave, aka Kyle. Martin, how are you? Hey, Danny. Cheesy Potato, Thunder Keys, Kobe. I said Kobe already. Just kind of scrolling through. We'll see where we're at. Ooh, things going quick. A lot of people at the beginning of these streams. This is a popular build. It's doing good, having fun. We are going to have a little turd here. I did manage to trim his claws, so I'm hoping he doesn't catch my clothes all stream. Every time he reaches forward, it's straight for my waist. See, I'm right here. Yes, I am not Ethan. Hey, Jason, hey, Lord Getface, Longshot and Buddha, Nick and Collie, Travis and Andy. Yep, see, that's me. Hey, Turtle Crawler. I gotta catch up. Better just found out I had the wrong IDCA gears in my CW2. Uh-oh. Yeah, it is a little confusing there, isn't it? You have to really pay attention to which ones you're ordering and which ones work. And it's any plans to building the new 3D sets? Hey, Agent Kane. What do you think? What do you think? New 3D sets model, they've been killing it lately. They have absolutely been killing it. So what do you guys think of the thumbnail? I was setting up to take a picture and Felix decided he wanted to be in. I was not ready to take the picture. I wasn't quite done organizing stuff, but I had to use it. So, hey Simon, hey Nick, hey Boydie, hey Gila, Popaway and Clownhammer, Turtle Crawler, poor plastic sheet has been replaced with Felix, yes. Black background, whatever, right? Yeah, 3D Sets has been killing it. They have come out with a model they call the Torque. And this thing is just absolutely, they are doing a good job. I've already bought the files. Apparently when you buy enough files of their files, they start sending you coupons for the new models. I got $10 off, but I've bought 8 of their models. Hey, Laura. I presume Sean. Hey, the GPs. Is the bomb out for Torque? I didn't see it. It's going to be a similar bomb. Fasteners, you're going to be able to get out of their build guide. But yeah, you're right. There might be some updates. I don't know. I have no communication or contact with 3D Sets. This is all 100% on my own. I just discovered them quite a while ago and have been a fan. I got a model car crush big time. I do. This thing is... This is an MMU setup for MMU printing. So, yeah. Hey, Dom. Hey, Pezlas. Steve and Derek. That is on the list. I'm going to attempt this one in an ABS because I've been trying to do different materials. Anyway. I just left that up because I thought it was neat. They're doing some interesting stuff with magnets, but if anybody wants to look, here's the link. Hey, Tuxedo. Hey, Guy the Jedi. It is a Barracuda, so it's a sister car. So it's a Plymouth Barracuda, the sister car to the Dodge Challenger. So... There are files here that would have you leaning towards a 70 or 71 Barracuda, depending on what options you pick. And I'm probably going to mix it up a little bit. There's some things I like better about the different bits. So they're trying things with magnets, magnetic shocks, and a magnetic slipper clutch, or drivetrain protection, I should say. Magnetic drivetrain protection. You started considering colors for the Torque. I'd like to stick somewhere in one of the classic Mopar colors. I'm leaning towards Trying to go some in the realm of Sublime, which is a lime green. Purple would be the obvious choice, but I just printed a 3D Sets Buggy in purple. Hey Laura, you didn't know? You didn't know? I'm not Ethan. Here. There we go. Not Ethan. And Ethan is not Steve. Hey, Beartastic. Let's do this as slowly as possible. You notice I'm not in a hurry here. But that does remind me, there are 2 giveaways. The link is in the description. Oh, we got a cat there. So link is in the description. Links are in the description. We are giving away a box turtle kit by LDO every stream in this series, and we're giving away our usual roll of Polymaker filament. So thank you very much to LDO and Polymaker for making that happen. There is a restriction this time. Jason did reach out. It is very difficult to get things to Russia and South America, so they are restricting the prize away from those regions. So if you're in one of those regions, then I greatly apologize, but it is something I have to respect. So a little bit on the 3D Sets models while we're here is in the members streams where I have been working on this build. So this has been going very well. This is the Reaper, which is another one of these 3D Sets models. And we're making good progress on it. So. We're doing some fun stuff with MMU. This is the dashboard for it. Yeah, fun stuff. The like button is broken again. If everybody would check it, if you've checked it, make sure you check it an odd number of times. Okay. Let's see here. We have box turtle. This is what we did last time. We didn't actually do that part, but we built one of the respoolers. Interesting choice of printer table, I know. Bill, thanks for the gift of memberships. Yeah, I pulled that out when I was doing the printer update because I needed more surfaces to set printers on, and that's the yeah, a little lift cart. But that's the printer we're putting the box turtle on. So I have it out here. I was doing some work on it last night, kind of prepping for it. So I'd like to see about that color for CUDA. What's the frame in the background that Oscar was in? That is a Cascade. So the announced at last Rocky Mountain Rep Festival, that's the small CNC mill from Voron that is not released yet, but it was announced, so I can say what it is. So, hey Sanity. There are lots of model files for 3D printed aircraft models. I don't remember the name of the company that does some that are pretty good, but I'm not familiar with what good is out there, but I know there are some. What are you doing? What are you chewing on? Hold on. Cats are gonna be terrors today. You don't need anything that's over there. Come here. There you go. 3D Lab print. That's the one I was trying to think of. We can get rid of that. We can go over. So Armored Turtle GitHub. So links are in the description for documentation on the build that we're doing today. There is a GitHub and then a documentation site. So we're going to just kind of continue on the documentation site. and we are going to continue where we left off. Holtz, welcome. Kegel, welcome. Don't knock it. Brent, Steven, the GPs. Bruce is all cozy. Well, it's a little chilly out here, and I needed to reprint the PC blend gears for the build, for the RC build yesterday, so I covered it up with towels so I would ensure that they were going to print well, and they did. I don't know what if 3D Sets does any of that. I mean, I don't reach out. If they ever reached out, I'd listen, but they're not, I mean, they are expensive. It's $65 for the full Torque with Hustle Pack files, but when you see what's included in those, it's pretty incredible how much work goes into those. So I don't mind, especially since I get so much enjoyment out of it, and it's good content when I build them on the member streams. So Derek, thanks for the gifted memberships. Seems to be a printer covered with a towel in the back. Is that for kitty protection purposes? No, that was to help insulate it for some prints yesterday. Wayne, thank you for being a member for 2 years of fun. Derek, thanks for being a member for 33 months. And the Shrimp Father, Martin, for 13 months. Thank you. Hey, Bob. And Rod. And Force Mech Elites. What's an LDO turtle? So it's a kit by LDO. So LDO Motors does kits of a lot of community projects and a lot of 3D printing open source projects. Yes. The Box Turtle is a automated filament control system by the Armored Turtle group. What I'm hearing is you need to build a Doom Cube and insulate it, get a proper warm chamber. Well, yeah, the Mark IV just prints the Prusament PC blend so well. I've had trouble getting it to print well on my Vorons for some reason. I haven't spent a ton of time playing with the profile, but it just prints so well on the Mark IV. I just do it there. Once I get the Core 1, which I'm hoping, I don't think it shipped on Friday. I'm hoping it ships tomorrow. That'll probably be my go-to for the PC blend. Hey, BBs. Hey, Daniel. Down Under Maker, thanks for being a member, 26 months. Yeah, you should do the milestones. We are the beginning of the month, so I will give away 5 gifted memberships after the giveaway, so remind me. Have you done a VZBot? I have, yep. So Daniel, Modbot, and I did a collab stream of the VZBot 235 builds a year and a half ago. Hey, Reth. Okay, so are we here? I think we're in here, and we are on the respoolers. We did all the extruders, they're all built. Guy the Jedi, thanks for being a member. And PF Dennis, Big 33. Thank you. Kobe, you're selling your VZ330? Year and a half. Time flies when you're having fun. Yeah. What are you doing? No, that is not for you. Throw things at him and he just chases it. I got to tie up the wires better back here. Or I've got to trap them, seal them off from it completely. Okay, well, I gave him something else to distract him. Hey, Scotty Dog. Plum Crazy is so good. Plum Crazy is so good, but I just printed. Here. I just printed these. Wouldn't that have been perfect for the Torque? I didn't think about it. And I can't do orange. I just did my 240Z model in orange. So, but This is Galactic Empire Metallic Purple PETG from Protopasta. This would have been a perfect purple for that, but I didn't think about it. And I'm kind of partial to the Sublime. My dad had a Sublime Super Bee, and I've always been a fan. How long are the AB belts for the 2.4 300? So if you look at the vorondesign.com site and do a build configurator for that size, it will tell you how long they should be. Okay. Shows tropical palm green from Protopasta. Nice. I was thinking if I can find a good yellow, I wouldn't mind doing it in a good yellow. Or like I said, the lime green. Okay, we are on the respoolers, and we had. Here, I'm gonna go all the way back to the beginning of this. Let's go to page 1. We're gonna start a new one, and then we'll finish off the first one we did, since we've got a new stream here. Here, Chapman. I was going to initially print it in Polymaker lime green ABS and see how that turns out. A Lulzbot green might be closer to Sublime though. We'll see. I'm all over the place on it, if you can't tell. Hey, Boron Widow, is this a significant other, better half of someone else here in chat? Is what I hear. Jake, just a thought, braided Viking beard. How you doing, Jake? Welcome and thank you. It is 10:15 in the morning right now. It's called Panther Pink. So anybody who old Mopar colors generally had any of their what do you call it? Their special colors had a different name depending on whether it was going on a Plymouth or a Dodge. So you had like vitamin C, and it was an orange, and or Hemi orange and was one, and like Tor red or something like that in for the other one. Very cool. I'm going Filametrics. I'm doing this build here. I'm doing as much as I can towards a recommended box turtle build out. Plum Crazy had another name too. Ultraviolet might have been. Plum Crazy or Ultraviolet. Okay, so I've got all of each lane, I've got separated out into bins. So we're gonna end up grabbing some of these parts for this next build. That's all I need for the moment. This is a respooler here. Yeah, Mulan. Yep, Panther Pink or Mulan Rouge. We had a green 70 Dodge Coronet 440. Yeah. Yeah, those muscle car Mopar colors were awesome. Limelight, that's it. Limelight or Sublime were the two names for that. Okay. And there were several yellows, ranging from mustard to bright. You know what I thought I realized would be a nice color for one of these is the azure blue from Prusament. Is there a filament cutter module that can go between any extruder and hot end? I don't think there's anything. You have to have space for it, right? And you have to have a mount for a lever action. Okay, this is what we're building. And we already removed all the supports from these last stream on all of them. And I think I inserted heat sets on all of them. And you guys found a Nerf dart. Okay, that's fine. That'll keep you busy. So we did heat sets on all of them, so we'll skip that. We did these heat sets. We did the ECAS fitting on all of them. Cookie Cat has some amazing colors that would look good on these models. Speaking of Cookie Cat colors, look at this. This is fire. Oh, there's them boys. This is their pixie dust. I just picked up a roll of this to print little things for work and stuff. But isn't that such a nice color? That's pixie dust. Nerf dart filled cat puke. Yeah. I picked up their, what do they call it? Ruby red or something, elixir as well. The bed is empty, you're right. There we go. They are terrible teens. Okay, all of these magnets we put in on all of them. We did a lot of this stuff in batches last stream, so we're quite a bit further along than it may initially look. So this is just kind of final assembly and then wiring. So, did we do this? Yeah, I think we did that on all of them as well, yep. That, we did those, and we put the spur gears on the shafts. So Thunder Keys is saying there's a lot of options for filament cutters for this build. I chose to go I talked to Thunder Keys a lot about what the documented and recommended path is. If you could stray from that, then you're going to have some additional configuration and stuff. You still have a lot of configuration and tuning in this build. It's a open source project, right? There are things you're going to have to, it's not going to be plug and play. But to have the most success, the most documented and supported success is the route that I'm going with this build. So some of these decisions I've made in the build, like using Clockwork 2 version of Filametrics and doing the single tool head sensor version, is all based on what's the best documented setup. So on stream 2 of 3 for Box Turtle Watch today. Oh, another thing, speaking of streams, so let me start over. West 3D is interviewing Shammy today. So I have the stream set up to raid into the West 3D Meet the Maker series after this. So, hey Martin. Okay, we already put all these on. We assembled this bit, so I'm just kind of going through the steps. We put all the NeoPixels in. So any of these steps we covered last stream. So if you missed last stream, it was a long one, but we did all this. Now here's where we start, where we did not hit. For all of them, we did one of them. But now we're going to batch through the rest of these. So we're going to start by putting some bearings in. And I think, yeah, Tim DeWitt 3D Canada streams at, what time would it be? Is he in Eastern? 5 o'clock Eastern? maybe mountain. I think it's O or 0. Is that an O or a 0? The Armored Turtle YouTube channel also has a respooler. Yeah, so Robert, Armored Turtle, posted a bunch of stuff, a couple of videos recently on the respooler. This assembly we're doing today, and it's a 0. Awesome. You're not a 0 to us though. And the Turtleneck, which is the little filament buffer. So we're gonna put these in. And what I am doing is there's a little bridge here that I am doing just a very slight bit of cleanup. If I see like there's a little, I don't know if I can get, yeah, there's a little filament there. I'm just kind of breaking that down with a knife here. Not anything significant, just getting rid of that. And then I'm also, because we ran into this last time, I'm gonna smooth out this inside surface because this gets this rubbing along it, and I'm just gonna preemptively do a little bit of breaking down the peaks on that. So I'm gonna get the high spots in here, just so things move as smoothly as we can get them to. And it's just this front side here that just like that. You see how it just taken down the peaks? Just taking down the peaks. And I'm not going to spend a ton of time on this. We're just going to what I found is I spent a lot of time on this last week, and when I put it in the respooler in the box, it moved smooth with no interference. So I'm just gonna hit those just real quick, and then a little trim of anything that drooped here. Go. So that's those, and then we can press these into bearings into these. Show me where the like button is by pressing it, please. Okay, so I'm gonna set those right there. And while I'm batching these, I'm gonna just do the same thing. Just a little bit of part prep. Just a little bit of part prep on these. Theme of the build is do it once, then do it 3 more times. Hey, Kyber. Turn out the... Yeah. Throw some bearings in here. Just pressing them into my bench here. Put that back in there. Grab these and do the same. Hey, JC. Getting ready to head to the garage to build along. Awesome. Something down there. Oh, stuff up here. Gotta check that on all of them. It's just bridging stuff. It's not a big deal. What do we got here? Just setting up the stream and notice I'm still a moderator on your channel. That's fine. Whatever. You're trusted. PF Dennis, thanks for gifted memberships. Hi, Roberto. And JC. Jeremy. Bought a full mill kit for my Voron Zero. Do not regret it. Cool. Ghost Shadow. Nobody won Kenobi. I don't think I said hi earlier. That's all I'm doing there. Just the tiniest little bit of cleanup. In the garage working on some projects. Final surgery Wednesday. Oh no! Best of luck to you. Hope it goes fine. Hey, Biney. Okay. So those are done. I'm going to double check the top there. Just get those off. Fine. Okay. Hey, Red Giant. Scott, welcome. Packing to leave for Philippines to go make 2 weeks of bad decisions. Be safe, man. Hey, Steve. I really love a Milo 1.5, but want a Carvera even more. So I'd save some more. Okay, so we put the bearings in all of them because it was convenient. Now we're going to take some in 3x8s, stick that in there, and attach that. Go. Here, this is in here. So make sure that fits in there. Ready to ship across Atlantic. Okay, so that's that. The axle in, and then we'll put the other side in with the, okay. Oh, axle out. Hey, Raymond. The documentation is cool. Something I didn't realize until I was informed yesterday is you can zoom in and zoom out and roll and pan and tilt, and you can change your colors. I did not, so I don't know if you're here, Robert. You showed that video on assembling one of these on your video. I had no clue that it looks like you use the exact same colors I'm using here. I had no knowledge of that before I picked my colors. Hey, Royal Nomi, welcome. Hey, Thor. Okay, so this is gonna go in here. Now, in the previous stream, we verified the fit of all these bearings, so these all slide in pretty well. And then we gotta loosen this, because these are herringbone gears, and if there's not a lot of flex in that part, then we're gonna wanna loosen this screw. There we go. Now we were able to get it up on there. I'm gonna leave that loose. It probably says in the documentation not to immediately tighten that one. Yep, I think that's what this blue means, is we'll tighten things fully later. I think there, if I remember right. So. The video and the documentation don't say to put grease on this interface, and Robert says that it shouldn't be necessary. I have been putting a little bit. If I can figure out where that grease ended up going, it's probably in the box over here. There it is. It came with a tube of grease. We're gonna put a little bit here. Using you for the gotcha in the builds. Perfect. Not gonna hurt, I don't think. Did you grease the gearbox? I did. Yep. I did not pre-clean them. That's not a bad idea. I don't disagree with the need to pre-clean them. I'm gonna trust that they're clean, which only because I don't want to pull it all apart. I didn't think about that before, but they do come in a nice little box. They're coming from LDO. If you're self-sourcing them, I think it's probably a bigger concern. I'm hoping that doesn't bite me, but if you're doing it, I would recommend going with what what Robert and Armored Turtle folks say, and go ahead and clean them before assembling them. I missed that. How do you get the bearings back into place after assembled? They popped a bit when testing. Which bearings? Are you talking about these? Nice, thanks for the super chat. Are you talking about these bearings? If they are popping out of place, they may be, it might be too loose in there. Did you add grease to the motor box gears? I did, of course I did. Oh, and I was not, oh yeah, I was. Here we are. Okay, so we got that one, we get that in there, and then we're gonna fiddle around with this and that. So, other side here, we're gonna put that, start that on there, and then this is going to go like here, and we need to make sure that the LED wires follow this little channel that's in here. Just like that, and they can go be a little loose. The ones I'm working with, I would be, if they should be fairly tight in there. Thanks, Foreign Widow. Jack, thanks for the gifted memberships. This is fun. Pay attention to the interaction between Foreign Widow and Wrath. The reason why you use printed gears instead of the ones included, I think I remember you talking about it. So in the first batch, and probably the first two batches, if I heard correctly, the kit comes with an MJF printed gear for this. The fit is not tight enough on these M8 shafts. They print fine. I printed them, and I'm using the printed ones. They turn out great. There's not a lot to these. But the MJF ones that come can spin instead of actually turning the assembly. So I use printed ones. I use the MJF ones for the little DC motor side. The concern with glue is things end up being really close to bearings and stuff. So if you're going to use glue, make sure it dries and then clean up any extra. I was thinking that maybe a Loctite shaft compound, retaining compound, might work, but I have some, but I didn't try it. I did not add glue. The printed ones were tight enough that it's a perfectly fine fit. Make sure your shaft rotates smoothly with no binding of the gears before you continue. Was I supposed to put a screw in there? Yes, okay. Let's put the screw in. So we have a vested interest in squirrels on this series. LDO is giving away a box turtle kit for every stream in the series. I don't think it's going to go an extra stream. And I have other builds coming up that I don't want to get delayed too much, but still. I glued, then used a file to clean it up. There you go. Okay, so make sure the shaft rotates smoothly. Yep, that is moving just fine. Take this guy, get in here. Oh. Now I haven't really tightened these, so that goes in there, and then the top goes on. Kind of following here. And then the next step will be putting these wheels on. So now we're gonna somewhat tighten these. There we go. And that is moving already. That it only needs to move a few millimeters out. Can you keep some of the LDO stuff you get for later giveaway? Can you keep some of the LDO stuff you get? I don't generally give away stuff that I've received here. I hate shipping. And I am terrible at it. I am terrible at dealing with getting something out from here. If I can rely on someone else like LDO or Polymaker to do it, then I have no problem with the giveaway. But I don't generally give away stuff straight from here. Nice, thanks for the gift of memberships. Okay, so then there are some little tabs there and recesses there. So this goes in there and then locks on there. And now that one is at the same level as this one. So we'll just go ahead and get all of them to that level right now. All of those. Hey, SB Tunes. Can we say if he can follow the serial jokes, then he can boss? Yep. Just gonna follow all those instructions through the last two. Looks like the big kit benefit is not having to crimp and solder. That is a big benefit. The LDO wires are, yep. This guy goes here. Oh, loosen this a bit. On and meshed, there we are. I've been putting a little bit of grease on them. Putting a tiny little bit in the middle, every other tooth, and figure that'll work its way through. Sometimes a tiny bit is not as tiny as I would have liked. There we go. Ooh. This guy goes in here. This guy goes in here. Make sure that stays there while this snaps onto there. This should do that. Roller McNutt, thanks for the gifted memberships. Hey, Francois. Hey, Goreki. Oh yeah, that's smooth. Hey, Peter. Yeah, no issue. That first one that I assembled had a lot more issues. So just variation in printed parts, I guess. Didn't miss anything, right? No. There we go. JC, is there a jig for the LED soldering? So I don't know if the general Box Turtle GitHub has a jig for that. Since the LDO kit came with it all pre-soldered and set up, I didn't even look. Jason, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Everybody say thanks, Jason, for LDO providing a kit for this build. Welcome back, Dirk. Try a little different technique here. Just kind of skimming through. Edlet, thanks for being a member for 15 months. Where's the grease gun? It's over here, but this was supplied in the kit, so that's what I'm using. So that does that. Goes in here. Yeah, that's actually that's something I didn't check on those, but they seem to work fine. Is the how far these screws are tightened in is important. You don't want them to be binding on the thing there. Now, this one is not getting all the way in. It's like I can push it further that way for some reason. Let me see what's going on. Get the LED out of the way. Why is that? Is that normal? No, these set down. These are all fine. This one. Yeah, that one sits all the way in. A little more solid fit. Okay, those are fine. This one doesn't sit all the way in. Why is that? What is this that's right here? There's something right there. I don't know if that was some piece of filament there. That on and see how it goes. It's not, I don't think it's significant, and I don't think it's something to worry about. I think it's doing its job still. BLD Designs, thanks for the gifted memberships. Looks like this will be a fun, intense build when I get started on it. Yeah, and I don't think it would, hey Takuya, welcome. I don't think this, if you sit down and build this, I don't think it's a very long build. Hey Ella and Rudy. Carrot cake and build streams. Ooh, I love carrot cake. That's one of my favorite. I love spice cakes. Carrot cake, zucchini bread, pumpkin bread, banana bread, that kind of stuff. YouTube just suggested the stream. What kind of channel is this? I build 3D printer and 3D printer related projects, Johnny, and welcome. So a lot of Voron design. I'm a member of the Voron design team. I'm responsible for the Voron Trident. But I like to branch out to community design. So I've built Mercury 1. I'm building this box turtle here. I've built a VZ bot. Hey, Jordan. 3D printer and 3D printer accessories, yes. You ever had Jamaican ginger cake? I have not. Okay, so that is caught up. All of them are at the same state now. So the next part is, so make sure the triggers move freely back and forth and doesn't get stuck, and they do. Yeah, 3D printer accessories. So foam dart flingers and 3D printed RC cars. So now we're gonna put on our wheel drives. And this is just make sure you don't forget the little washer, and then the wheel hubs. And they use some M3x6 screws, which I saw. That's where those come in. 3x6. And then the tires go on the outside of that part, and then they thread in. So we're just gonna do all of that. What's the cat's name? So that is Felix, and Felix's brother is an orange tabby, Oscar. Oh, there's Oscar, right there. Of course. Hi, Oscar. Jason, thank you very much. Get this picture and then I'll... Hey! There you go. Happy Sunday, everyone. With good luck, win the LDO box turtle kit. One thing, the loose 30-tooth gear is known issue. We tested hard on MJF parts to get sweet tolerance on this bonus parts, but we messed it up. That's fine. It does print well, and it's not a lot of printing, and it looks like it'll work fine. So Jason's talking about what I talked about a few minutes ago with the big spur gear that's on this shaft. It needs to be a press fit. The MJF ones are a good fit. They're a good friction fit, but it's not. It's still too loose. It'll spin. So first thing I see is Steve taking a picture of his cat. Well, what? Yeah, I think Oscar is over 10 pounds. Felix is approaching 10 pounds. Felix has been lagging behind. There's Felix. Has been lagging behind Oscar by about a pound. Hey, Zombie, welcome. I'm Purse user, so not too involved in the other communities running in Excel currently. So Johnny, I will have a Core 1 on the channel here within probably a week and a half. We're gonna do an unboxing on a Core 1. We're gonna do a Mark 4 to Mark 4S upgrade. And then when it releases, we're gonna upgrade that printer to a Core 1. So. Anyway, thanks for stopping by, Johnny. Appreciate it. Hope to see you again. So anyway, I think that should be a D shaft. There is not a lot of torque. It needs to be, the drive gear on there needs to be a nice firm press, but there's not a lot of torque in general. Okay, so we're gonna bring these out. These are the next parts. So here, these, and last stream we pressed the heat sets in. Bit disappointed by the Core 1, but hey, proves the quality anyway. Disappointed? Well, I don't want to get into it. We can get into it when I unbox it, so I don't want to get into it here, but I'd be curious at that point what's disappointing about it. I don't know yet. I haven't used one. I've seen it. I'm excited about it, but I won't say that I'm pleased with it until I use it. Just needs enough room to roll 1 kilogram spool. Yep. So we have this. We are going to put these printed washers on the ends. Those are a nice tight fit, but they fit. Yeah, cat poses so perfectly. Oscar has always been extremely photogenic. The best pictures we have are Oscar because he's just so good at posing. Ooh, well, that's fun. That is a tight fit. Oh, there we go. And I'm guessing this is where, I don't remember who it was saying, they were pressing these on, and maybe it was pressing on the, sorry, you're gonna see a bit of my mess, but we gotta get a view of this. He likes the box turtle box. Cat trap. Okay. If it fits, it ships. Yep. That is a little tight. And this is going to be based on my print settings. So you can buy any toy house and they go nuts for a box. Yep. Pull this off. I am going to run a I don't really want to run a reamer through there because I don't want it to be loose. Let's see if I can just knock down some of the high spots in there just by very gently running my X-Acto blade parallel to the surface. See, I'm just pulling off little bits. I know a reamer will be fine. These are already a little bit of a loose fit in those bearings. I don't want it to be too loose. I just want to try this. I think this will be. There we go. That was good. I don't want to put too much force because I don't want to get that shaft to shift at all. A round file would work too, yeah. I didn't have one handy, so this is what I had within arm's reach. Hey, pathetic Puma. I use a file to clean it out slightly. Yeah. I have my square file here, but I don't have a round file super handy. So now these get these M3x6 screws. Now these do not, I mean, it is as Robert has a video about this assembly, and he talks about don't over tighten these, because this is a hardened steel shaft. You are not going to bite into it with these screws. All you're doing is giving it something to keep from just extra, keep it from rotating. 8mm reader, I know, I talked about that. I didn't want to make it too loose. I kind of liked the friction fit. I just wanted it to be less of a friction fit. So anyway, if you tighten these too much, then it is going to just pull the heat sets out. So just a half an ugga-dugga. Half an ugga-dugga. Two-finger tighten, all right? You can 100% pop out the heat set, ask me how I know, yeah. And then this does not need, there's not a lot of resistance that these are going to hit. They're just spinning a 1 kilogram spool. So those Knipex pliers, are those the 150 or the 125s? These are the 150. There at the end, 150. I'm gonna block you from those wires. Hey, Blam. Okay, and then one of these. These are the injection molded rubber tires for the build. So we need 2 here, 2 here, 2 here, and 2 there. Well, there's a way for a cat to go to get them anyway. I know. Now I need to buy Knipex 150. Why did you have to ask? Something I would check. Are you coming up here? Hi, buddy. Oh. Are you gunning for the chief inspector position here? Oh, I see. You know there's toys up here. Oh, I have a question. Hold on, did I miss something? Let me make sure I didn't miss something. Camera 3D. Let me make sure I didn't miss something. We are supposed to put 4 and 3x6s. Maybe I grabbed these from, before I have a bad habit of not looking at the wide picture on these kits that have multiple fasteners and multiple bags. That says 4, so we're gonna need 16 of these M3x6 socket heads. Now there's 8 here. Is there another bag with 8 more? Or is there a bag with 16 and I grabbed the wrong bag? There's a hardware kit for the wheels, see? That's why I'm not saying anything until I... That's why I'm not saying anything. That's buffer. Let's see where that might have been. Because I did open up a bunch of these. There's a separate bag for the wheels. The manual says button head cap screw for LDO kits. Oh. It does, see? See? I'm learning, but I still want to see if I'm missing any other fasteners over here before I go forward. Okay. Something I got distracted here, Kobe. Something I learned yesterday on the member stream is we talked about Knipex pliers And apparently the ones that are at Harbor Freight, I can't verify this, but apparently the clones at Harbor Freight are pretty decent. So that would be a lower cost option. I have not bought them. I have not seen them in person, but quite a few people in chat have. And the Harbor Freight clones of these are reportedly pretty decent. Okay, so back to this. This did say LDO Kit, use M3x6 button head cap screws. So that's, I'm just gonna flip these off. I mean, you're not gonna go wrong with the Knipex, absolutely. And you may, I don't know this, but you may have more size choice with the Knipex than the than whatever's available at Harbor Freight. They are a great alternative. Very nice and good build quality. Good. So I'm switching these to the button heads, which there are a bunch of button heads over here. So if the kit, so is there any insight? The kit has M3x6 socket heads. Why, what was the reasoning behind not just keeping it with the documentation and just including more M3x6 socket heads? Only one size available on the Harbor Freight ones. Yeah, so there's a good point. Most of Harbor Freight stuff is fine as long as you don't work it hard. And for stuff like this, we're not really working it hard, pressing bearings in and stuff like that. I get my tools manually say I got what Steve has. Maybe LDO had a lot more M3x6 button heads available. Sure. It is something that they stock for other kits. I know Voron kits use M3x6 button heads. This is moving nice and easy. That's what we should have. Okay, so that's there. We've got a molded in groove and a printed in groove here. So work these on. Wheel was press fit right up until they were, the wheel was press fit right until they were packaging kits. That was a very, very late bomb ad. Okay. And then let's go on here. Thread on. You should thread until they snap. Okay, I didn't hear a snap, but they're on all the way. They actually spun on the shaft a little bit, but that's okay. I think those are on all the way. Is there an overall width here that you can measure to verify that these are on all the way? These are the roller mounts. And hey Garrett, how are you? Okay, I'm gonna think that that's probably fine. 85 millimeters, thank you. Just do a quick. Yep, that is at 85 point something, nothing. Well, what I want to make sure, because these, and this could be very dependent on print settings too. See there, that's smooth if I feel it with my fingers, but there are divots in there, and then there are associated bits. Oh, there. See, so this threads in and then locks into these recesses. So it could be that since these are peaks, that I may be a good idea to just kind of knock down just the and I'm barely even touching those. Might be a good idea to just kind of smooth that out a little bit, since those are a peak on a part. Small feature, peak on a part. Can I get an arbor bearing press for this sort of thing? I need to get an arbor press. I need to find one to purchase. Okay, next one. Where did this go? Oh, I grabbed that from there. And that from there. It matters. They're in their tray. They're family now. Just kind of knocking the top of that off. Drop out of the tools. I'm growing a beard. Go. Just gonna kind of feel in here, make sure everything's. Currently utilizing all 3 printers to print stuff we're giving away at Albuquerque Fiery Foods Festival in 26 days. Awesome. All about using the ones in the Filametrics bag. Okay, there. And then we're going to see how these fit. Oh, shoot. Nobody saw that. Nobody saw that. See? Oh, yeah, that's interesting. See, that pulled out. So I'm gonna pull this apart and make sure this is all still. So be careful there. Be careful there. I'm gonna pull this apart and check my work here. What is Oscar staring at so intently? He was focused on the ceiling. Oh, I have no idea. Yep, I forgot the spacers. But I also, pull this out and pull this off. And we're gonna do a full check on here to make sure I didn't screw anything up here. So this should be 30 millimeters, right? Lay down. Lay down. There you go. Behave. Was that 30? Or was it, where's that part? Maybe it wasn't 30. Here it is. Oh no, it says 30 teeth. 30 teeth, not 30 millimeters. Let's pull this out then. Pushed out too. So yeah, that I believe is still fine. That is fine, but these pushed out. So let's just rebuild this real quick and we'll make sure. I'm gonna try a reamer on that just because you guys, wow. Wow. Okay, so that goes there. Hi. Oscar is a turd. But I have seen Felix instigate as well. I have seen Felix instigate as well. Hey, Jack. On which stream do you plan on configuring the slicer for multiple filament support with Box Turtle? It will be the last stream as we go to configure and print with this. Okay, this is back together. I am going to go and grab an 8mm reamer because I don't want to deal with that. So, there we go. Hopefully this is just a matter of just hand reaming. There's not much. Hey, that didn't come through. High-pitched squeak. Make sure these are tight. Put the spacers on. But I think someone was talking about these bearings coming out. I was putting a lot of force pulling that back apart. I caused it. But fortunately the 30-tooth gear in there didn't shift. It did, but not loud. Yeah, so now those are no longer a little friction fit, which I was kind of hoping to retain, but that is your mileage on that is going to be very dependent on your print settings. Hey, Remy, welcome. So glad you run into the problems I had the whole day. Yeah. So I guess the lesson I would take from that is if these are too tight of a fit, don't force them. You're gonna end up having to redo things. A little 2-finger tighten. And these guys can go on. Wow. Oh, fun. That one did not start right, and now it's stuck. So how do you get these off once they're on? This is a one-way trip. This is a one-way trip here. Because that one, I didn't put a whole lot of torque on it, but those printed parts decided that they wanted to. There we go, got that one off, okay. So I didn't get that straight, so I'm gonna try this again. Take the gearbox cover off and grab the shaft. Well, you're not supposed to tighten these too much. So at some point, they're just going to spin on the shaft. And that's what's been happening here. The fit between this and this is pretty critical. I am on the very tight end of it. I am on the very tight end of it. There we go. That's the same as the first one. So I got it, I'm fine here. That spins nice. But that might be something someone might want to check. Might be a good test print on how that fits as part of your, maybe incorporate those same matching threads into a test print. I am liking the build so far, it's fine. The part holding the N20 in can come off without full disassembly. Oh, and then you could grab it, I see. I get it. Number 3, before I forget. There's one. Oh, there it is. Whew. Washer. We did think about serviceability of them. Good. But so if these are tight and you need to take it off, you may have to force the screws out the end, and then this is basically you have to reprint it. Because if those screws can't hold onto that shaft tight enough, you can't unlock this. Pause for 5 minutes. Well, we're rinsing and repeating for at least the next 5 minutes. Hey, Rudolph. And hi, Ready Det. Which parts would be ideal to have a backup print of for potential future breaks? That's a good question. Maybe Armored Turtle can answer that. That is a good question. Okay, so those are on. I am gonna go ahead and, yeah, I'm just gonna do this. It's gonna be easiest and quickest. What do you think about cutting a flat in that shaft? Sourcing. Can you get ready-made flats on these? Otherwise, expecting someone to do a flat that would actually be useful here. Yeah, the squeak. Sorry. I think otherwise getting a shaft on there that would actually be useful might be trouble. There are press fit wheels and legacy parts in the repo. If you're confident in your print profiles, I would go with those. Well, if you're confident in your print profiles, I think these would work just fine too. Who's the new gato? There are 2 new gatos. Here we go. Oh, not that one. I wanted that one. And that one. That is Oscar on the left, and Felix on the right. ASM. Understand the Portuguese word gato. Is that also the Spanish word for cat? These are legacy because I printed them already. Have to watch when pressing them in. Okay, so once again, where I'm gonna pay more attention, pay extra attention. Don't cross thread these. Checking to make sure we're consistent. Yep, we're right in that, right around 85 millimeters. So that should be good. It's been fine. Regardless on those screws going through here, they're going into a hardened shaft, so you're not going to be biting into that shaft anyway. You're going to tighten a certain amount and then it's just going to not. Hey Leonard. I don't have the heat sets on the flat outside facing side and matching holes on the outside retainer part. So apparently there are some optional parts out there that assemble differently. I haven't seen them, but it might be something if you're concerned, check it out. You check the levers to make sure they move smoothly and the wires don't bind with them. Yes, yes, as I was assembling those, are you talking about this? That moves, those are moving fine. Just kind of playing with those. More. Okay, it is 11:30. We are halfway there till our box turtle and Polymaker filament giveaway. So link is in the description. Spacer. Spacer. Just do this. Sorry. Hopefully that's not too bad for anybody. Okay. That kind of goes down there. Barely hear it. Good. Good, good. Oh, no. Okay. No. That's the first one I actually felt snap in. I think the other ones have just been too tight, but it is measuring the same as the others. So those are done now. Yep. Cool. Okay, what is next? So we did that for all four. Put those on. We spun them on, twist the wheels onto the axle until they firmly click and lock into place. You can double check it. It should be 85 millimeters and outside dimensions. You need 4 respoolers in total. So I did that. Oh, and this is done. Okay, so next section. Turtleneck. Find those parts. Those are in a different spot, because there's only one of these. I did print the latest. There are some updated parts on this. I have printed the latest. Let's go back to page 1. So we got a bunch of heat sets. Keep putting some miles on the zero press. See what we got here. Just knocking down the high spots, that's all. When you get a minute, check Discord. Are you doing the BT logo inlay trays? I am not. Those are all done. They're just plain. Check the Discord. Oh, I know about that. I know about that, Boydie. We'll get there. We will get there. I am prepared. Okay, why didn't that turn on? Oh, there it goes. 4 heat sets. I appreciate it. I definitely appreciate it, but I am aware. Or heat sets. Throw some E-cast fittings in here. Grab my vise. Hope it'll open enough to do this. It may, it might. Get that out of the way. So, ECAS fittings. So there's one small end, one large end. All the way through. Oh yeah, we can do this. So. Cracked right there. It is, wow. I'm not gonna say that the part's too tight because we've seen that my parts are a little tight on some things. This is a thin part. I'm gonna push it through anyway because it may be okay, not ideal, but these require a pretty decent, precise fit. When you're dealing with parts that have very thin walls, the chances of splitting are pretty high. So I don't know. There's a few other areas like when we get to it, this little spot here on the Filamatrix Clockwork 2 body, that's always a concern. So it is what it is. I'm just gonna keep moving. I will be reprinting it, yes. But I'm also going to look at this a little closer and do a little bit of cleanup up here. Make sure this radius is good. Try to minimize my chances, because look how thin those walls are. If you want to have the most people have the most chance of this just going together, it would be advisable to make those a little thicker if you can. Nope. Right at the edge of the travel of my vise here. I guess I'm not pushing square either. Let me get this in here and hold it square. Yeah, that is just gonna break. Never mind. I don't need to use that. I need to use these. So I've got a nice flat surface here. No vise. This will be better. This will be better on the part too. There. That one went in okay. Maybe warm the part with heat gun first. Could. This went fine, but I did make sure that it was clean inside. Nothing extra was going to be in the way. Okay. This did split, but it's not, I mean, if you see, it's not spread. So it cracked, but it didn't spread. So we're going to just continue with this, but something to look out for. Hey, John. Acetone, yeah. Hey, Motocross. Okay, so here is where the kit comes with a little note. There are, let me find them. Okay. Kit comes with a little note. So we have the remaining switches here. Oh, those aren't the ones I want. There's so many bags of parts. There's the filametrics. These are the cables for the prep. So here, let me just do this. This is prep 3, so that's gonna go there. This is prep 4. This is probably prep 1, yep. And prep 2. Where is, I just had these yesterday, looking through things. Ah, here we go. Turtleneck buffer and BT hard mounts. Hey, Jeff. So in here are, there we are, so the way this comes is without the lever on it. And this is a mistake, and this is being fixed. But for people who got these early kits, you need to deal with it. So they come like this. I've already tested technique on one of them, but they come like this and it needs to have a lever there. The instructions that come with the box turtle say to remove the wires and swap them with the ones that come in the Filametrics bag. So in here are our switches for the tool head, and there are 2. So there is an option for a tool head with a switch pre drive gears and post. I'm only doing the one with the pre, but since it comes with switches, these are not supposed to have levers, but they have them. So now we can move this lever to this switch to fix this. Mine came with an extra bag of switches with the correction. That was probably done by a vendor then. But this is not a super difficult thing to do. You can grab side cutters or needle nose pliers or something, but it is a little bit of detail work. So I don't know if maybe we can play with the new camera here. Okay, so you've got a switch here, right? And you've got the lever has 2 little tabs that hold in, here you can see it here. This is it without the lever. So if we take this and just very gently catch it and squeeze just a little bit, you've got to catch the edge of it. Squeeze, don't squeeze it to bend it. You want to flex it and then rotate it out of there. It'll rotate out. And then I can look at this. I can see that it's not deformed. If it was, I could get in here, either kind of reform it or put a little screwdriver in there and spread those apart. But now we can come over to our turtleneck part, and you see the little legs on that. You can put one side in, and then it should be enough to just grab with your fingernail or something and push it down in. And now we're done. And that's it. That's not going to come out. It's going to work fine for the turtleneck now. So if you've built a lot of printers, you may, if you're a pack rat like many of us are, you may have levers that you've taken off of other switches, but you have to take them off for this kit. You have to take them off for the Filametrics anyway. So what's the benefit on doing only one tool head sensor? I'm not sure. The Thunder Keys is saying you may only have enough GPIO on the tool head for one sensor. The documentation is geared towards the easy setup with one. at least at the time that when I was chatting with Thunder Keys about the recommended setup and how I should portray this build. Wiring is a little trickier, yeah. I said early on in this stream, if you weren't here, I said a lot of my decisions with how this build is going is based on what's documented and trying to stick with the included stuff. So I relied heavily on recommendations from Thunder Keys and the Box Turtle team for how I wanted to build out my kit here. Hey Kit, hey FCO. So, what video is that, Poity? Is that the one with Robert showing how to do what I just did? Oh, is that a clip of what I just did? Okay, awesome. Robert also did a video, so on the Box Turtle channel, there's a video basically of what I just did. Okay, so we have the instructions here. Say, what you can't see up there is it says mind orientation of the levers on the micro switches. Install with 4 M2x10 self-tapping screws. Be mindful these are threaded directly into plastic. So if you see the levers here, and let's zoom in because this documentation is awesome. Is filament cutter a must for Box Turtle? It is not required, Peter, but it is probably the easiest path to success to use a filament cutter. Otherwise, you need to do what's called tip forming, which is a method where you actuate the filament in the hot end and pull it such that you minimize the amount of string that comes off, the melted tail that comes off of the filament. If you have that tail and it's wrong, your chances of jamming are significant and you end up with failed prints. So cutting ensures that you have a sharp, a clean filament to when you're pulling one back and pushing the next one in. So tip forming can work well. Prusa has a whole team that has developed profiles for the MMU3, and the MMU3 works really well, and it uses tip forming. But you don't have a team of people that sit there and tune profiles for tip forming. So that's one of the things you'd have to be on your own for, right? Anyway, okay, so the key here is we're paying attention to the way these levers go. They face away from each other. I guess you could say they point towards each other. If you consider this a little arrow, they point towards the center. So that is what we are going to do here. And is there any difference here? Buffer 1, buffer 2. Does it matter which one is buffer 1 and buffer 2? I don't believe so. Well, it does matter as far as which one is, because it's going to matter in the config. So is there an indication on which one is buffer 1 and buffer 2? That might be something to add to the docs, because that will matter once you're back at the controller, right? Or am I overthinking it? If this is sitting like this, should it be 1 and 2? Or should it be 2 and 1? Trailing versus advancing. There's not for the build, no, it doesn't matter. But it does matter when you're back at the config. Otherwise, I mean, it would make for a easier to follow process if you're paying some sort of attention to that, right? Because you have to say which one is what in your setup. Okay, so if this goes like this. So that's incoming. So I'm gonna say, right, is this the filament path? It's the arrows documented here. Where is it documented here? Where am I missing something? I don't see it here. Maybe arrows are towards the extruder. Let's see here. Turtleneck. Is that where we're at? Is that where I should be? No, turtleneck and then general assembly. Hey, Jared. Let's see, I'm skipping around a little bit. The top of the turtleneck case, it has arrows. Right, I showed that. It's right there. Right. Oh, and you guys aren't even seeing what I'm doing on the manual. I guess since that's not well documented, it may not matter. I feel like it probably makes it easier if it was documented. I'm going to, I don't know what would be the best choice here. I think you've got something that's labeled on this side 1 and 2. It matters which one it plugs into in the controller. I don't know which is what side on here. Let's go back to the... I'm going to, I guess, call this one 1 over here, since that's the one closest to the box turtle, I think. The initial startup guide, I have a section on verifying the TN is operating, registering correctly. It's a simple config. But if you don't have to do that config change because you've got labeled switches coming in, then why not document those labels? But you call them something. You call them advancing and something else, right? So, I mean, we'll deal with it because people are going to have to deal with it. But I think it's a suggestion for something that can be shored up in the docs. Whether it's using LDO's labels or not, I don't care. You can correlate those. Advance and trail. Once again, this is threading into plastic, doesn't have to be ugga-dugged too much. this will end up something like this, right? Where that goes there and triggers at one end, and when it comes out, it triggers over here. So see. Giveaway is not available for South America. LDO had to put a restriction on those two areas. I apologize, Guillermo. South America and Russia are just too difficult for LDO to ship to. So I have to respect their request. Okay, so then that sets in there. And then well, it sets it the other side, whatever. And then the top goes on with M3x8s. So this will go on here. And this will slide back and forth. And 3x8s. Okay. That's on 3x8. There's something down in there. Anybody else have trouble with this part? That's an M3x8. So Turtleneck exists because you have a extruder at the box turtle that's feeding filament, and you have an extruder at your tool head that's pushing it through the hot end. If those two are not exactly in sync, and it's basically impossible to make that so, then you're gonna eventually have one either pushing, the one at the box turtle either pushing too hard or not pushing hard enough. So what happens is when the box turtle is pushing too much, then this will expand because your filament path is getting longer, right? And then it's going to trigger this switch, which tells the software to reduce the rotation distance or increase or whatever it is on the box turtle side, and it'll slowly work the other way until it's overcompensated again. And this will basically move back and forth to keep your extruder at the tool head from working too hard. Yeah, it is super simple. This is very clever. I don't know who came up with this idea first or where this originated. What I am finding is the M3x8s are too long. I've bottomed these out. Has anybody else noticed that? The screws are bottomed out and the thing's not tight. Is this a known thing or am I missing something? I am using the updated parts. It's not a matter of plastic getting pushed in here. Here's some plastic blocking mine. No, I'm sure I've grabbed, these are M3x8s for sure. I just put these heat sets in and they were not tight enough to have pushed plastic through. Yeah, I can see in there. They are not a through hole for the heat sits. Try the other two. Where it should be located in the chamber. What are we talking about? Those tightened. Those two tightened fine. And that is the end. If I I can force it. It may have some plastic there. I'm calling out what I see when I see it, so there may be something there in the way. Okay, that's fine. I didn't put the buffer in the wrong way around. This was all just interesting that I run into an issue with just those two and not any other heat set in the build. I can hear it triggering. I'm gonna check the STLs and see if it measures to something that fits, but it tightened down, so I won't worry about it. Okay, that is done. Put this in a hidden safe spot. Okay, turtleneck is done. What's the next section? Okay, we can pull out the main assembly again. I had issues with the PTFE tube getting sucked into the buffers. Same, I made a remix with a fixed printed tube. Okay. Main assembly. We're gonna have this over here. Put this off to the side, those off to the side. We are going to end up, this is trigger retainers. So let's look at what sequence we're gonna go through here. Hey, Shlunky Kong. 2M 3x8 when I built one. So I'm not the only one. So I don't know if maybe those, for some reason, all holes are identical, 5 millimeters deep. Are the diameters on them all identical to where one of them might be a little tighter and more plastic got oozed through? It's just odd for as many heat sets as I've put in here. Those are the only two that did that. Okay, so we're gonna put switches on a little printed part, and we're gonna have to remove an extrusion, put a couple of roll-in nuts in. We're gonna put the AFC on its mount. And if you're not yet flashed your AFC light and paired it with your printer, now is the time to do so. Is it really, does it have to be the time to do so? Is there a reason? Those two holes are 2 millimeters shallower than they are meant to be. Updating STL now. Awesome, thank you very much. I'm not crazy. It did tighten down. So a couple extra ugga-duggas, I don't think it's gonna hurt, but I appreciate hearing that. Makes it easier to do it now based on board placement. Get to the board switch. It does not really matter. It's harder to flash once installed. So my plan for this build is to connect with CAN and to, all wires will be in the way. Connect with CAN and to, we're gonna need the initial. Is that a RP2040 on there? Let me just walk this through and see what my plan is. I'm gonna bring this board out. Let's sidetrack here and look at what the next steps are gonna need to be. So we have our cool little AFC light board. So we've got the connector there and the board itself. Isix Tech, and it is full of inputs. Does the wires in the way of concern take into account Steve's level of wire management? So I will be, like I said, I'm going to be connecting to this via CAN. This is an STM, so let's look at the flashing guide for this. Let's look at the flashing guide. We are going to go to CAN bus. So we're going to use Esoterical's guide. That's recommended. Mine will either get here tomorrow or Tuesday. Awesome. If anybody else knows, Schlonky won the kit that was given away last week. So be sure to enter, be sure to hit that like button, because we have over 500 people here and only half of you have hit the like button. And I bet you less than half of you are subscribed. Here is the CAN guide. We're gonna go, I think they listed under a tool head. Is that right? Yes. So under tool heads, there is an AFC light for Box Turtle. Now, this is the CAN guide. If you go to, is it USB? Is it just USB? Yes. You go to usb.esoterical.com. There is a USB guide. To be fair, I'm here twice, once on the PC and once on the TV. I subbed and liked the stream, and I won the giveaway. Coincidence? I think not. Exactly. Listen to Schlunky. Or there's a manual for the PCB on its repo. Hey, Isix, welcome. Let's go to all the options. Oh, let's see. I can't type. Let's go to Isix Tech. Oh, there. That's it, right? AFC light. Yep. So here's another. There's the repo for the board itself, which has information on it. As it's outside the printer, I would say USB should be better. I am going to use CAN bus because it is going to be cleaner wiring. You only have to send 4 wires to it. If you do USB, you got to send USB and power to it. There's a link to the manual and the Box Turtle manual too. I was recommended to use the Esoterical guide, so that's what I'm going to, because Esoterical's guides are ridiculously awesome and have helped me numerous builds. So there are lots of resources though. Was there, let's see, there's a link to the manual on the Box Turtle manual too. Let's go, let's look at that. Is it, view the manual, is it in here? Probably within the 40 pages or so of this one. We'll see it when we get there. Isn't there an issue running a CAN bus tool head and Box Turtle via CAN at the same time? Not if you wire it right. USB is only 4 wires too. Only if you're injecting power onto it, but you can't. This is not set up. This kit as it is not set up for 4-wire only USB to the box turtle. So I was told there was some bug or something, if I remember right. What bug? If we run into a problem, we'll address it, but I'm going canvas. AFC light does not support USB PD, right? You would need to do like LDO does with the Nighthawk boards and have a little board to inject power onto it and convert it back to 5 volts at the board. Anyway, we are going to go here and we are going to need to put it into DFU mode, connecting via USB. Okay, so let's bring the printer over here, I guess, just to get this flashed. AFC and CAN Cardo not playing nicely. Good thing I don't have a CAN Cardo, and I never will. Okay, I got to clean up a little bit because I got to make room for a printer. Only issue I'm aware of with CAN is cartographer doesn't like it. Not an issue here then. Oh, I am zoomed in. There we go. Just gonna push those out of the way. This in here, those out of the way. Okay. Now let's bring the printer over. We might as well. So this is what we're going to use. So we're going to go just immediately put this to the side. Gain access to the electronics through the required bottom panel. There we go. So this is the blue V2 that we've done a couple of streams on. Last time I think we installed the Nighthawk toolhead board, which this is that little board I was talking to you about. This takes 24 volts in and USB and sends it through the toolhead cable. Did I say blue? I meant green. I meant green. This is a product of me thinking of all the things we're doing and then trying to still verbalize anything coherent. The beefy stacked block next to the SSR. So this is a 48 volt power supply, and this is feeding the 48 volt side of the Leviathan controller. This is the 24 volt for the rest of it. So, let me see here. Go. This is hiding. I have wires crossed in the brain. That's what the problem is. This is a USB tool head board. So the Pi is being powered from the Leviathan via this cable, but I'm not running UART to communicate with it. It does have a USB. So I'm gonna have to reflash the Leviathan for USB to CAN bridge mode, and then we'll plug the box turtle just into its CAN port, and it'll be simple wiring. So it is a dusty bottom panel. The fans will do that. Okay, so what do I have plugged in here? I have, because I'm gonna need to pull this guy. I can pull this guy. Where are you? It is this guy. So this is, oh, I don't even need to do that. I didn't even open the bottom panel. I have my front skirt. This is the front skirt USB, but that's okay. We'll turn it on. We'll see how it goes. What time are we doing the giveaway? In 42 minutes. 42 minutes. Finally ordered Leviathan and Nighthawk this morning for my Micron. Only took a year to decide. What was that gray box near relay? This is a 48 volt power supply. It's a Meanwell HDR series. It's an HDR 100 48. I could never get CAN bridge mode working on the Leviathan. Then pay attention, because we're gonna do it. So all we really need, I need a USB cable. We're gonna follow, there we go. I got a USB-C cable. Okay. We're gonna need this guy, this guy. We are going to follow this guide here. So, the header for the 120R resistor is circled in purple, and it is not populated. We are going to populate that. It doesn't really matter right now, but since I'm looking at it, I'm going to put this is the CAN terminating resistor, and this will be the last device in the chain, so it'll be the only device in the chain. What hinge mod is that for the bottom panel? Mod? That's the included parts. That's the spec parts. Something not even J&P could help me get going. I got a first round board, I think. There's just an issue with it. Oh. Yeah, I don't recall trying CAN bridge mode on the early Leviathans. I've been involved in Leviathan testing since very, very, very early. I don't know where my test board is, but. Okay, so to put the AFC light into DFU mode, connect it via USB to the Pi using the USB-C port, then hold the boot button and press and release the reset button. Then count to 5 and release the boot button. Basically, I'm gonna do exactly that. I'm gonna take USB cable, plug it into my fancy port on the front. And is there a, hopefully this will do it with just USB power. How am I powering the Raspberry Pi? It's via this little jumper cable that comes with the Leviathan. So it's a little daughter board that plugs into the GPIO ports on the Pi 4. This is the 4 here. And then it's getting power from the Leviathan. So we should be able to plug this in. Do we get anything? Oh, okay. So we got a switch here for buck versus USB. So I'm gonna unplug this. I think we're gonna switch that to USB because that's the 5 volt source switch. That could probably be mentioned on the guide here. Yep. There we go. Now we got a light. So that's gonna turn on. Oh, how cute. Okay, and then it says, so we should be able to, let me bring up a command line. And I want to go here so you don't see my typing. I think we should be able to go LS USB, and we see, is this, what is this thing on here? Is this one of them that's listed? This is a 723. Yep, that's that 723 device there. That's that 723 device. So now the guide says to hold down the boot button and press and release the reset button, and then wait 5 seconds to release the boot button. Press and release the reset button, wait 5 seconds, and release the boot button. Then we can go to here and run LSUSB again, and we have an STM device now in DFU mode. So, were the kitties rescues, or did you look out and know somebody with a litter? We got them from the shelter. We got them from the local shelter, and they are from the same, they are litter mates. They were born on June 12th, 2024. Okay, so it is in DFU mode. So we are going to throw Catapult on it, and do I have Catapult? I hope I have Catapult installed here. Oh, I might not have Catapult installed here. I do not. I just imaged this printer, so we are going to install Catapult. Oh, we're gonna do all the things. Oh boy, I guess we'll do that. I guess we'll do that right now. Can you link this website in the chat? I did, but I can do it again. Here, I'll just link the page I'm on, because that's easiest. See, it sees it as a different USB device number when in DFU mode. So what, I reflashed this printer. This printer was a, I had it set up for Fluid. Fluid is the main interface. I didn't want to run a dual interface setup. So I, because the extra, the plugins and stuff for Mainsail are for Mainsail right now, the focus is on Mainsail. I wanted to show that kind of thing eventually on Mainsail, so I switched this over. So we need to go back, we need to go through and do a full CAN setup on this printer because it hasn't been done. So we're gonna go all the way back to the beginning and run through these real quick so that we can get this board ready. So we are going to set up, make sure all of the system, all the steps here. So this is the main getting started guide. We're just gonna go through it. Okay, so we're just gonna start copying. Here, let me get rid of extra things here that we don't need. So there's that. So, and then start the service. So we're enabling a service and starting it. Fluid support will come in the future, but 83% of users polled wanted Mainsail. So Mainsail's been prioritized. Fluid is coming, but for this build series, I want to be able to show things, so I moved this printer over to Mainsail. Hey, Queasy Diver. Okay, then check it is running. So let's make sure things are running properly. And we should see system network D service, load active running, network configuration. We're good. that's a big mistake I made when trying to flash CAN bus on the EB36. I had to flash catapult on the controller first, which is not needed when you use U2C board. Okay, unfortunately, it also enables the system network D-Wait online service, which can cause your, so we're gonna do this. Disable that. Can you do EBB36 and CAN AFC on the same connection directly to the main board? Technically, I don't think so. I don't know what you can get away with. But once you start getting into odd CAN configurations, I'd go ask folks that are really familiar with this. I've done a lot of odd configurations, but I'm not comfortable enough to be able to tell you one way or another. Okay, so that, if disabling the service results in a certain Linux distros, yada, yada, yada. Then configure the transmit queue length for the interface by running the following command. Copy that, paste that, and that should have put that into there. To confirm it is applied, we're gonna run this. And that is, should look like that. Yep. Did this used to be a, oh, and they changed this from 1024 to 128. Now finally, to enable the CAN 0 interface and set its speed, run the following command. Copy that, paste that, and then we're gonna confirm it did that, which should result in that, which matches. Then finally reboot the Pi's. Okay, so sudo reboot. Ow. Do it now! Filament cutter is not required, but it is recommended for reliability, yes. Easier path to success is with a filament cutter. Brendan Builds, welcome. How are you? Okay, so we should be back. Yep. In. CAN adapter mainboard, tool head, cabling. Okay, next step. Now that the CAN 0 interface files are set up, you need to choose how you're going to connect your Pi. Click here if you have a dedicated USB to CAN adapter. Click here if you're using your mainboard as CAN interface. Start by flashing. Okay, here we go. So, should be taking this overall guide on what you're going to be achieving. Let's go ahead and do these. Although this printer should be pretty up to date, so it shouldn't be much here. I spent last night actually reflashing this printer. I installed mainsail and fluid, or I mean Clipper and Moonraker and mainsail from scratch. Well, sort of from a Pi Lite image. So with Thunder Keys helps here and other folks that were in chat. So it is brand new, fresh. Okay, and then we're going to install Catapult. Okay. And now we're ready to, and we're going to flash the tool head before we flash the Leviathan. I don't know that, we'll see if we get far enough to bring this back out and get the Leviathan flash, but all I really want to do is get the basic firmware on the tool head, on the AFC light board here. If we get Catapult onto it, then we can just flash it through the CAN board afterwards. So we're just doing the first part of this. So we're gonna go now, tool head flashing. So now we're going to catapult and make menu big. Hey, print fast. Can we chain can on an octopus 1.2? The octopus, the early octopuses have a RJ12. RJ12? It's not an RJ11, it's six conductor. But the two middle pins are can high and low. So. Hey Johnny, welcome back. RJ12, yeah. I made an adapter. I used an RJ11 is compatible with it. So a 4-conductor phone jack. I made an adapter from an old phone cord to a JST plug. So, okay, so now we're gonna take this from the common toolboard hardware from this catapult config. And so let's get this to where we'll be able to see it. We're gonna go STM and 723. I was always wondering why they went with RJ rather than JST. I've seen someone say a reasonable explanation, but I don't remember what it was. 128K bootloader? Wow. 25 megahertz crystal. CAN bus. 2. PV8 and 9. Patient offset is there. Million. No GPIO. We're going to support the bootloader. We're going to enable the status LED on PA13. When other is needed, and it's a good idea to have the octopus at the end of the bus. Okay, quit and save. It's going to be clean, but we're going to run it anyway. And, oops, shoot, full head flashing. Then make. J4 just tells it to use all the cores. XT30 plus 2 is becoming the de facto standard plug, so next refreshers will likely see most manufacturers use that instead. Okay, so that's there. Okay, if your toolhead board uses an STM32 based MCU, use these steps. So that's these right here. Should just go right there, yep. And Monkey Butler Lab, thanks for the gifted memberships. Now let's see if this thing's still in. It is not still in because we rebooted. So I'm gonna hold down boot, hit reset, wait a second, 5 seconds. Not my 5 seconds, an actual 5 seconds. And then we got it in DFU mode now. Steve, sorry I'm late. Just did my first stream and afterwards had to recover from the audio catastrophe. Hey 3D Wolf, welcome. Oh. I just didn't know the option J4 existed. Good, little tidbits, right? Okay, so you can then flash catapult firmware to a toolhead by running. Now I have noticed on, and I don't know if this is something in the way this page is set up, but if I hit the copy button here, you've noticed that it does a carriage return. So we don't necessarily want a carriage return unless the 0483 DF11 is correct. It is actually correct. So we can do it. But if that was a different value you wanted to put there, I found that at least on this page, just copying and highlighting and copying and pasting is better. But if that's not what I wanted. That's funny. But But if I just click this now, it will just run it. So, see, pasting that there just does it. Okay, should be done. We're gonna pause this process and go back to assembly. But from this point, we'll end up flashing the rest of it over CAN bus once we get it hooked up. See you, Bear Cool. That isn't even a multiple line paragraph. That's a one line command, and it injects a carriage return at the end. It's got to be something in the page, but that's just something I've noticed. If I do LSUSB, got our thing there. Do we see? Oops. Does it show up here? No. But will it if I hit reset twice? Because it should be in catapult mode. No. Okay. That's fine. Daniel, welcome. We can close this. Oh, I have two devices with the same ID? Oh, did I just screw something up? It's the only one in DFU mode. What did I screw up? Did I screw it up? How can I tell? Well, I have two devices there, but I didn't have, here, hold on. That's the only one in with that idea when it's in DFU mode. So, okay, I get it. No, I was flashing the one in DFU mode, and that's the only one with that ID in DFU mode, so I'm fine. Yeah. Okay. That is fine. It is okay. So we've got this guy. I'm gonna go ahead and we're gonna continue the physical build. We've sidetracked to just get catapult on this board because I'm going to use this in USB mode. I mean, CAN mode. That's off. And then we're gonna, before I forget, I'm gonna switch that power switch back over to away from the USB input. Now, this guy can go back together. Oh, that was just Jared trying to screw me up and question myself. And what do we got? 19 minutes until giveaway time for a box turtle kit and Polymaker filament. So links are in the description. Over here to put this back. Oh shoot. I set the box turtle where this was, so I gotta move the box turtle. Okay. I'll be honest, I'm doing multiple things right now, so I'm only half paying attention. I don't get your full attention. Okay, this, and I think that's, well, we might as well put these in. That guy and those. So let's put our Jeez. Can't grab a hold of that. There we go. Hey, Desert Wolf. There. Cats are funny. Just put all our stepper drivers in here. Hey, Adam. How are you? Hey, Link. Hey, Edward. Groundhog Day. Oh, it is Groundhog Day. That. They are being nice. They were not being nice not too long ago. Oscar was being his usual self. You got all the parts printed for this, Daniel? Something about doing the same thing over and over on Groundhog Day is funny. That is very true. That's hilarious. Currently running Nighthawk on my 2.4, so it'd be nice to just stick with USB. Yep, you can do that. Perfectly valid. What drivers are provided? These are 2209s, I think. Yeah, 2209s. Hey, Danny. Putting clipper on my air fryer. Clipper controlled air fryers. Did I read that right? Air fryer, yeah. Hey, 3D experiments. Tariffs will hurt 3D community too. Grab your order now before the reseller raises the price to the 10%. That's so... And yep, we won't get into politics here though. We won't get into it. As impacted as we are, we're not going to get into it. Okay. So those are on. Clipper controlled pancake bought it at the Annex booth. Yep, at Murph a couple of years ago. Okay, so back to Armored Turtle build. We are on, I think, general assembly now. So let's go back to, I think, page 1 here. Each lane will be assembled one at a time, but our first thing we do is, I guess, install each thing in its printed part. So we've got this and this, and printed parts. I think they're in the, yeah. These, let's go rearranging here again. 12 minutes until we're giving away that. Okay, so now we're gonna put these guys on this printed part, and these are all labeled, so you gotta pay attention. This is prep 1. This came out of the 1 box. That sets like that. This sets like that. And this uses the, where did I put that? Here it is. The 10mm self-tappers. You drop it first. Okay, so we're basically just going to go through and attach all of these. Drop it at least 3 times, then thread it into the part. What's the model name for the screw tray organizer? If you go to the description of the video, down there in my printables link, you'll see it in my printables files. Okay, one more. PEX Peppers. So PEXpeppers.com. Looks like it's 20% off site-wide. No coupon needed right now. Apollo, welcome. Actually surprised by how little you have posted to printables. So there's a combination of printables and GitHub and my Discord. It's all over the place, I agree. But so is my mind, so. Give you a follow on printables, awesome. Okay, now they want us to remove this extrusion, and that's the one next to the fan on the rear. So it's the bottom left extrusion. And then put a couple of T-nuts in there. Get the T-nuts. Extras, that, got a couple of T-nuts here. Nice, thank you. Smash the like button, everyone. We've got 8 minutes. 8 minutes, let's get to 400 before we give away a box turtle kit and a roll of Polymaker filament. We can get to 400. Looking forward to multicolor printing? I am. I have a whole lot of fun with my MMU. I will admit I'm not using my my black box yet, but I'm close. I know that's terrible, but there's nothing about the black box that's keeping me from doing it. It's just me getting my setup and workflows going. So if I don't win this box roll kit, I'm gonna buy another one. There you go. I think I'm finally going to print one of your hex trays. Awesome. Okay, so we are going to pull this extrusion over here. Let's do that. I feel like I have to say that because it's not that it's not a useful printer, it's that I haven't set up my own workflow to use it. Okay, so this guy comes right out. I'm going to put a couple of these guys in here. And box store will be set up with a guest lane. What is a guest lane? How dare I have idle machines? I know. So ensure the stepper traps are properly installed. This time, depending on the revision AFC light you have, the input power section switch leads may be long enough to interfere with the printed mount. Mount the FC to the printed part is shown. I'm just kind of looking through. If you have not yet flashed your EFC, I did that. Wow, started it. And then longer M3x10s to go into there. Okay. Make sure we're putting this in the right one. May need to clip the legs of the USB switch. Oh, those are pretty long, aren't they? Those are pretty long. So yeah, and they're shown as pretty long in the documentation here too. Look at that. They're not quite that long in the real part. But I just want to make sure I get the orientation of stuff correct. So it looks like this goes on here like this. And yes, we need to trim those legs. Thanks for the heads up. But if you see here, the legs on that switch are pretty long. So we're gonna take some side cutters and deal with that. We are going to put our finger here so we don't have to worry about safety squints. Don't have to use up our safety squints. There we go. Taken care of. Okay. That goes on there. So that orientation with the steppers on the side with the bigger cutout and two M3x8s. Any filament sensor defined as AFC bypass will automatically disable the box turtle if you need to manually load something. So it's these two to load in. M3x8s. I know, you don't want to use up your safety squints. Okay, so that's there. And then this is going to mount to here with M3x10s. A couple. So some of the pluses and minuses of tool changers versus filament swappers, like this. A tool changer is going to be more filament efficient. It's going to be more complicated to set up and calibrate. A tool changer is going to be more expensive, but you're going to be able to use more flexibility in your material selection. You can do PETG and with PLA supports, for instance, and you cannot effectively do that on a filament swap setup. The cross-contamination isn't good. So there are pluses and minuses. Okay. So is there a particular spot on the board or on the extrusion that we want to put this? It's appropriate location, fully secured, is approximately 34 millimeters from the front edge of the extrusion. And if this goes back in here like this, that's the front edge. So we're gonna put 34, approximately 34 millimeters. We got 1 minute till giveaway time. Hey, shush, Ryan. 1 minute till giveaway time. Approximately exactly 34 millimeters from the end. Do you know when you're, no, I haven't even, I mean, I've talked to them, but we haven't pursued anything. Kitties are being good. Wow, they're being extra good. Nozzle alignment on tool changers is critical. Yep. The not having to worry about nozzle alignment is a nice thing about one of these. Can we put this, can we go ahead and put this back in here? Just go ahead and put this in and then deal with the giveaway. So links are in the description. There's 2 links, so they're not in the pinned post, but the pinned post tells you to go to the description. We will be giving away a roll of Polymaker filament first. So you have 3 seconds to get your entry in. You must be present to win. The Polymaker filament is true worldwide availability. The box turtle has to be restricted at LDO's request. It is very difficult for them to ship to Russia and South America. Many apologies for that, but we have to respect that they are giving this away, and that is reasonable. Take it back out for your own sanity. Okay, I'm fiddling, but let's get the giveaway going. So we have giveaway. I have Polymaker filament. Polymaker filament. When we haven't had a new entry in 3 seconds, I will be closing it. So that is, how do I go? I do here and I can see this. So 3, 2, 1, half. I never attempt to build a filament changer. That's about my level of skill. There's no new entries? Polymaker filament. There we go. I got to restart at least once, right? So 3, 2, 3, 3, 3, 2, 1, and 3, 2, 1, 3, 2, 1, done. Okay, nice palindromic number. Oh, never mind. I have to hit save before it actually turns off. I can't just toggle the accepting responses thing. So we've got a couple new ones. So I have to start over. 3, 2, 1, done. No longer a palindromic number. There is still, you can still enter for the Box Turtle Kit. That will be open until a 3-second countdown right before closing it. Thanks Polymaker for giving away a roll of filament every stream. There is an affiliate link in the description if you are needing any. Why is that? Okay, here we go. When do we get t-shirts exactly? What do we got? We got Wrath as the first person entered into the filament one. You need filament. Never mind. You do need filament. And Chavo Style was the last one in. Derek, you sure waited a long time. Okay, Polymaker filament giveaway. How many times should I shuffle this? Let's do, I don't know. Let's go 1 to 10. I'm out of creative. 1 to 10. One to 10. 1 to 10. Who do we have here? Brittany Harris. You said 6. We're gonna do 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and spin. Who doesn't need filament? We did not have as many entries as people watching. So that many. Chow Ku, is that right? Chow? How do you say that? And I apologize if I butchered that. But congratulations. You have 2 minutes to say something, though. You have to be here to win. You have 2 minutes to say something. Gotta keep an eye. Congrats. Are you here? So what this ends up being is a, there you are. Congrats. This is a, depending on where you are in the world and depending on if they've changed it, it could be a coupon to a Polymaker store or a selection of filament you can pick from a list. I am set up to do an instant gratification on this. So let me get that all recorded. Make sure everything is there. There you are. Copy that and paste that there. Okay. You should have an email on the way. Congratulations. So let's close this, clear the list. Oops, whoa. Delete. And LDO Box Turtle Kit. You have 3 seconds to get your entry in. Link is in the description and don't lock it. Thank you for the gifted memberships. LDO Box Turtle Kit. How many people do we have here right now? 633 people. And we're at almost 450 likes, so that's good. If you do enjoy what I do here, subscribe, please. Subscribe numbers have been leveled off. So if we can get a little upward slope on that, that'd be fun. I like the Polymaker dry boxes. I have quite a few of them, and they are really nice for keeping filament handy, dry and handy. Should have worked to sign up to drag this out. Let's see. Let me go here. LDO Turtle Box Kit. We are going to close the entry when we haven't had a new one in 3 seconds. So 3, 2. I did see the polydryer dry boxes used for the turtle mod. I only have a few dryers. I have like 4 dryers, but I have a bunch of boxes. So 3, 2, 1. There are actually fewer entries right now than people watching. We did get a new one though. So 3, 2, 1. Got 3 dryers and 16 boxes when they were on sale. Nice. And done. Okay. Link to sheets. Create. And Reth got the first one in on this as well. So if for some reason you didn't read or whatever, and you are in Russia or South America and your name is drawn, then you won't end up getting it. But hopefully that is a non-issue. So let me copy and paste this. Hey, I think I saw Brian's name in there. Are you here, Brian? Oh, okay. Hey, Killerprint. Won anything in streams? And I won one last week. You did. Oh, it was taking so long. The page thought it was locked. This Brian is Brian Twist. Hello. Let's do a number between, I don't know, 1 and 20. 1 and 21. 1 and 21. Ballistic Tech. There you are. I saw your name. As I was scrolling through the names entered, I saw Ballistic Tech in there. So I didn't remember seeing your name in chat before. Hey, Wally. I saw your name go through there. People I don't remember saying hi to that I recognize the name of. Let's see. Maker Bites. You're saying 14, so we're going to do 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Let me scroll down in chat so I'm not missing anything and spin. I said hi to you when you first came on, Chammy. Dorian Ross, congratulations. Are you here? Congratulations. This is a box turtle, LDO box turtle kit. I'm looking, cooking chili. Nice. Dorian Ross. Dorian Ross, are you somewhere other than Russia and South America? There you are. I see you. I see your name. Congrats. Let me get this in here so that you will receive a email from Jason at LDO or someone from LDO. Okay, where is that? Wow. Oh, shoot. There we go. And yep, everything looks good. Actually, congratulations. Let me see. You're in the US. Awesome. Perfect. Okay, awesome. You will, like I said, I will pass off your info to Jason, and he will make sure that you are taken care of. Schlonky won last week, and I think his is supposed to arrive tomorrow. And he's in Sweden? Is that right? Or... we will be giving away another kit next weekend. So every stream in this series, we will be giving away a box turtle kit. Denmark, there we are. So thank you, LDO and Polymaker, for that. We are not done. We are going to continue this for at least another hour, maybe 2. Tracking has it in Germany since Friday evening. Perfect. Let me get through. Where am I going? Everyone needs to distract. Let me unpin the message and let me edit the description so I don't forget. And for everybody, let's see, 50 episode box turtle build. So more build streams, better chance to win one. And we still have over 500 people here. So everybody that's stuck around, let's do 5 gifted memberships. There we go. So YouTube allows me to give away 10 every month. We'll give away 5 today. We'll give away 5 tomorrow or the next stream. So we will be doing another member stream, probably continuing the Reaper build. We'll do it probably the 22nd, it looks like, or the 15th. Probably the 15th. It'll be the 15th or the 22nd. Can you show step 1 again? Can we go from the beginning? Start over from the beginning. Okay. Oh boy, they are. Should probably restart this build. Assuming LDO doesn't have an up to X units, which I would assume any reasonable party would. They did not say, they did not tell me if you do this within 4 streams, you can give one away every stream. Now, we're having fun, but you should add it. Now with 100% more cat to your channel should help with subs. 200% more cat. And even the thumbnail had a cat this time. Thanks, Jason. Appreciate that. A bit for the cat treats fund. Don't want to be a reason they start doing that. Yes. Oscar and Felix, yep. They are being especially cute. Okay. We are here. I'm told I'm probably going to want to remove that extrusion again, but let's see. Oh, yeah, maybe. It clears. Let's see what happens. Next. So we're going to do lane 4 spooler first, it looks like. It's got a baby orange and white tabby. He has been a bundle of joy, as some would say, this weekend. Awesome. Is that a long hair or short hair? Okay, so we are going to turn this over. I'm not going to take that extrusion out yet until I really need to. So we have lane 1, 2, 3, and 4. Or tool 0, 1, 2, 3. But we'll get to that. So I'm going to grab out of my box 4. I think, according to this, we're just going to set this thing in here. And then this should kind of angle forward to latch there and then drop down into place. These move just fine. That moves just fine. We give away one per stream. Yep. I know, it's 0 to 3. I agree. Okay, lane 4. Slot it into lane 4 tray. There are tabs protruding from the front. And then we're gonna do M3x8s from the back. So we're gonna kind of hold this in place and we'll do this. The Dr. Info, thanks for becoming a member. Right through here. There's 2 holes in the bottom here for this. I'm suspecting this is going to go 4 streams. We haven't even gotten to assembling Filamatrix and doing the work on the V2 that we're putting this on. So tightened up and everything still moves fine. It moves nice and clear, nice and freely. Okay, so then, yeah, what do turtles count from? I think turtles should count from 0. I heard earlier for a novice, I would probably expect 8 to 10 hours for this build. That's just what someone said earlier. I don't know exactly. This is going on the green V2, yeah. Or blue, depending on what my mindset is when I say it. Okay, secure it. And then we're gonna put in our little retainer. So, how do I want to do this? Just thinking in terms of, I'd like to set this on its back. I guess I can throw it on some 1, 2, 3 blocks. Yeah, I think that'll be. And then we'll go from this side. If you aren't streaming and talking to chat, it seems like about 8 to 10 hour build. Yeah, probably. Oh, well, that doesn't really help. Let's shift this over here. So this is the one we're working on. Turtles don't like to be on their backs. There's stuff in the way. It's not a flat surface. And we're gonna grab this guy that we just put together. This is going to screw into that heat set right there. And we need a washer. I was very pleased to see the call out of a washer here. I think it's very appropriate. Appropriate use of a washer is this. Okay, so now this is going to, we're gonna just touch down, and then this goes, you push this forward until it just triggers the switch, and then when filament is loaded, it will open the switch. These are in the normally closed position, so. Okay, so let me see here. Sorry, I'm gonna end up in the way here, or what I do. So I'm gonna try to make sure that's kind of square. Get it right there, and then tighten that nut. Oops, it needs to be held in place when it's tightened, otherwise it'll rotate. And you can hear it. What did my name tag say? I'm not Ethan. I'm not Ethan. This one. Not Ethan. Ethan, or I should say not Steve, has a Voron shirt. It says not Steve. Let's see here. Give me just a moment. Just a moment. Here. This is the reason. So, that is not Steven, not Ethan at 3D Printopia. It's fun. Okay. And we're going to put the lane 4 extruder in. Lane 4 extruder. And with 2 and 3 by 8. So this is going to go in here. Now we populated all of the heat sets. You don't have to populate all of these. I am going to probably angle this towards the hub. Otherwise, why did I install all the heat sets? There's a bad joke about the bedroom in there, but we'll figure that out for themselves. Read the call out about the PTFE. Thank you. I will read that. Let's see here. Lane 4 extruder. Note, some users find it easier to install the 80mm 3mm ID Bowden tube into the extruder spooler before securing the extruder to the underside of the tray. This will not be mentioned again. You only get told once. I'm only going to tell you once. Have you nailed down what you're taking to Rocky Mountain? No, I haven't. Identify the extruder for lane 4. Secure lane 4 extruder with 2 as shown. Be mindful of the orientation of the extruder. So we need an 80mm PTFE, 3mm ID. There's not a lot of this, so. We repeat things so many times in the manual, eventually you have to draw the line. But why is this the line? Why can't the line be here or there? Okay, so let me just make sure. This is the 3mm ID. So this kit comes with 2 different types of PTFE tubing. One of them has 3mm inside diameter and the other one is 2mm inside diameter. Got to be careful which one you use. There is only this much. Let's see, can I fit it all diagonally? Go. Diagonal. Well, there we go. We can curve it and fit it. Versus this much. 20mm short overall. Maybe measure it. Oh, yeah, I'm measuring it. I've been warned. I've been warned. We are going to measure it. There's a tool for this. There is. Did I print the tool for this? Let me see something. Let me see something. I remember there being a tool for this, but I don't remember seeing it. So did I thought I printed all the tools. Maybe it's over here. I did print the tool. Never mind. There's a tool. There's a tool for this. It's not quite 80 millimeters. Is that okay? More like 79 and a half. I did print the tool. I forgot. So that's handy. Blame blam. Blame blam. Blame blam, blame blam, blame blam. Keep saying that over and over fast. I have no problems blaming blam. Blaming blam. Blaming blam. I suspect that anywhere within this little spot is going to be fine. Okay, so this is going to go between here and there, it sounds like. Here and there. And it sounds like the recommendation is to have done this before I mounted the extruder. Braining blam. Okay, so we are going to, I think there's a natural bend to this, so I'm going to kind of keep that in the general direction. That seats there. That goes there. Guess that's all the way. Get these wires out of the way. Jeez, all the wires everywhere. Armor 3D printing. Yep, we did it. We've been done for 10, 15 minutes. Okay, so that's a nice little bend there. Wire route. The intended wire routing for lane 4 is shown here. There are many zip tie points on the underside of the trays. That is the 3mm ID. However, now is not the time to tightly secure them in place. You may loosely secure the wires for the lane 4 in place. The next page will show exactly where to plug all of the lane 4 into the AFC light to match the default AFC clipper add-on config for quick setup. Sorry. So that's going to go there and there, but we'll have to refer to this, back to this. We'll just get these things out of the way, get these in place, and then wire it in. Identify the spooler with lane 3. So I'm gonna try to set up my work area here so I don't have to keep shifting everything around. Are these all the same? Let's see, that goes in there, and then that goes there. there. Little slow. So are all of these the same 80 millimeters? Is that what it said on the last thing? This will not be mentioned again. So I'm gonna assume that all of them are 80 millimeters. I'm gonna cut a piece of ABS, Projects in that Garage. I'm just gonna cut a piece of ABS out on my Shapeoko. Okay, oops, not there. Let's go here. So 3. All these wires like to grab everything. We're gonna need that, so. All these wires like to grab everything. Hey Greg, it's always at the same time, so 1 p.m. Pacific time. 1 p.m. Pacific time is the Sunday giveaway time. Is there any reason not to just put all of these in so I don't have to turn this on its side anymore? Except I've got an extra tangle of wires under here to deal with. I'm gonna do it. It's like that to be easier to follow along. Yeah. This will just save me having to move this thing around as much. And yes, I know I'm going to be dealing with a nest of wires, but that's okay. I can manage. Yeah, all these are moving nice and free. Cool. Okay. So these are going to go here. Just do that. There. These are here. Here. These are there. Just kind of, that stuff can go over there. So now we have the extruder. Is this, what one's this? This is load 3. Okay. So we need another 80 millimeter piece. Fortunately, already very late for me if we have to say goodnight. Thanks for the stream. No problem, 3D Wolf. Have a good one. Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and just cut 3 more of these. One. We lost 150 people. Oh yeah, that's typical. That is typical. Two and three. Big problem with printing trays for box drills. They keep warping. I mean, they are a big, thick part. Try reducing. They're not critical for, I mean, you've tried brims and all that kind of stuff. Try reducing the infill and walls. If you're running regular Voron specs, like 4 or 5 walls or whatever, and high infill, it might help to reduce that a little bit. Go to 3 walls. It'll still be fine. The bots will stay. We have no bots here. YouTube eliminated all the bots. You remember when we had to deal with bot spam in chat? That's been a long time. I almost forgot about that. So there. So just put all these in. And it's going to somewhat be in the way of the next step, but that's okay. We got to go. Okay, so 3. Where is the... Where did I put those? Not that. There it is. So fan speed is not critical via design, so reduce fan speeds. Prep 3. So this is 3. 2. Washer. Ah. All the wires everywhere. Okay. Get in here. Hey, Tim. That needs to be a little closer. There we go. I am still running PZ Probe on the printer that we're installing this on, and my purple Trident, and it's on the Solid Fork, but I haven't printed much with it yet. Do you get any white washable residue on your print with Vision Miner, or is it just cleaning old hairspray off my build plates? It is not. So if you're talking about ABS, that's not actually residue from the from any bed thing treatment you've used. That is, and we can show. Let's look at this piece. So you're talking about that. You see that white residue there? Hey, Maker Viking. So Wick Central, is that what you're talking about? Or something like this? You kind of see that? That is stress marks from ABS. This is the heat gun. Let's get it. And if we hit it with heat, now my battery might, this is the cordless heat gun, but so it's taking a little longer than my corded one would. Let's see. Hit it. That is stress concentrations from cooling on the bed and pulling, and you can get rid of them very easily. Now be careful, too much heat, you will melt it. A good way, if you have time to do this, is set your bed to 100C and just set these down on it, and just let them sit there for 20 or 30 minutes. This is the bumper. This is a little bumper piece for actuating the Filamatrix. We'll get to that. I don't know that we'll get to that today at this point. So good for those that want extra chances for a giveaway, but okay, that's there. One more of these. Yeah, that's probably what you're experiencing. Unless you have some really heavy coating of something on there that's transferring to the part, it's not likely your vision miner or glue stick or whatever. Darren, thanks for being here. That's awesome. Thanks for watching. Does that method work with PLA parts with the same type marks? I've never actually gotten those on PLA that I've noticed. Yes, a lower temperature, I would give it a try. Lower temperature, I'd give it a try. But for PLA, I would try washing the part first, just in case something is causing that. That one was a little more tricky because it's a little tighter over here. Make sure that's nice and straight. All of these are triggering. Okay, and then we've got 3. There is a bit of sticky that can be left over from the vision miner and stuff. Absolutely. You get a little stickiness to the part. I do the same thing with any coating. I usually put it on once and then kind of, like you said, reactivate it with a light wipe down of, I use 99% IPA. I get it in by the case from Amazon. Okay, so that goes there, that goes there. We'll keep these things kind of going in the same general direction. Hey there, Inch Kid. We'll see how much I regret putting these in prior to, not wiring as we go, but we can always redo it. It's just more time, right? It's just more time. So this is Polymaker Galaxy Black. There's a mixture in here between ASA and ABS. And then the gray is Galaxy Dark Gray ABS. I think all these extruders are ABS. The trays are ASA. It's just I ran out of the ABS and switched. Okay, those are in. Well, that looks good. So those are all, I think that's all good. More time, more streams, more free bits. Okay, so that's in, that's lane 4. And then those are all running around the back side here. So that is, now these, I don't know if you saw this before. I do like this in the build. Let's see if we can get a shot of that. Oh yeah, perfect. So if you see along here, there are little spots in the, see these little spots for zip ties, zip tie anchors all over the place. So that's nice. So I do not, and I refuse to do restricted drawings like that. My drawings are not intended to draw. They're a bonus to the stream. If my content isn't bringing people, then does that make sense? What I'm trying to say? I don't restrict to members only for drawings. First, I'm not 100% sure that that's legal everywhere in the US or everywhere in the world. I don't know that that's legal everywhere in the world. And I don't like restricting something like that. Even my member streams are not permanently restricted. It's a bonus for those that are a member, but any of the content is available to anybody who's not a member within at most the 1 month delay. So yeah. No, I appreciate that. I mean, it does sound like a fun thing to do, but it's not what I like to do. Yeah. Okay, these, and I was kind of looking at this in terms of how we're wiring across here. And I think what I'm going to do, keeping with our theme of color coding, is just within a tray, we'll stay within that color of zip tie. I don't know about that tuxedo. I don't know about that worldwide. I couldn't quote it, but I've heard there are issues in other parts. So, and that's not the primary reason I don't do it. So. Okay, so we're going to be running across there. This is lane 4 stepper. Should I just go ahead and maybe figure out what way these are routing? No, I'm not talking about YouTube rules. I'm talking about rules surrounding giveaways and whether you pay to enter, gambling rules. And if you're paying to have access to a drawing, then it could fall under that kind of thing. pay to play, which is illegal in many jurisdictions. That's where the concern. It's not a YouTube thing at all. Okay, so that's gonna go across there. And you're right, I might end up just rotating this over so I can get to some of that. Oh no, not about the access to content. No, I don't have a problem with restricting early access, but I don't like to permanently restrict it. Okay, so this is red on this side. So the good old text of no purchase necessary on giveaways. Is there any reason that is accessible? What is that? Is that reaching up into there? Just looking for where I want to run these wires. I think it has to go through right there. Okay. You have to be on stream to win. That's not everybody does that, and I don't have a preference really as far as what other people do, but I like to have someone here. I like them to be present. But my compromise there is I try to do the giveaway at a consistent time. So that's why the giveaways are always in the middle of the stream and not at the end of a stream, because my streams can be very different in total length. So. Someone had a really nice clip printed that allows easy removal and moving of wires. Oh, I can see that. Okay, so we're going to do things like this, and I'm kind of getting stuff staged here. So those are going to be the anchors going from, that one's over there. So kind of get things moving. That's what Mr. Beast is under the microscope for. Oh. Yellow. Hides their numbers. I think I can take these and just do that. Just get a little bit so I can still push filament through, but I'm gonna get, wiring through. Still get the connectors through. Oh, yeah. Drooling cats. Felix is a drooler. Not constantly, but we've caught him a few times with a puddle under him as he's sleeping. Okay, and then that one will only get one because things will just kind of plug in from there, I think. So if this comes through, Oops, that one goes there. This one comes over here. There we go. And that is going to plug in. And that's why I said don't attach that yet, because no, we're gonna, no reason not to just unplug this here. Okay, we're gonna pull that. All that precise measuring of 34 millimeters from the end down the drain. Okay, so 4 goes in here. And the N20 motor on this one is, what's that, right here. So one thing I was going to try to do is I'm going to try to twist these, because I think they're a good candidate for twisting the wires. To just make it a little, I mean, it's not about anything other than making it a more manageable bit of wiring, because that's a whole lot more manageable than this. Oh, 501 likes, awesome. See, and then that makes that nice, and so I'm going to do that to all of these. So in serial only, not in parallel. What are we talking about? Okay, that's there. Each one getting shorter and shorter. There we go. That seems a little better. That is not going to go that way. Have to go underneath this and then into that. Oh no, oh no, no, we won't even be anywhere close to software calibration. We'll be lucky if we get wiring done. My goal is to get this under deck wiring stuff done. We're on step 13 of 42 for this section. So now we're going to take this one and run it through. Everything is nice and clean. I'm going to borrow your wiring organization for mine when I start it. Well, I'm making this up as I go along, so if I mean, using obviously the instructions here as a guide, but the particular order and way to route it, I'm kind of going by feel. So that goes there. I'm just making sure I don't cross things over. So I'm starting, I'll go with the guide starting at 4 and work my way over. And then there's load and prep. So this is prep. So we're gonna go through here. So basically trying to keep all the other wires out of the way while I run a set through and try not to go over, like this one. This one should probably go over there. This can go, oh, this is the one I'm working on right now. So making sure I don't cross the streams. Yeah, see there? I did it. I did it on that one. I went right through the middle of this stepper wire, and I don't want to do that. So this has to come out. I managed to get it right through the middle of this stepper wire. You can go over there. There. Load 4, or in 24. There. See you out here. See you, Link. Okay, and prep. So this got to be prep, right? No, that's load 4. This was, no, where was I? There it is. This is prep 4. Okay. Okay, so prep 4 goes second one over there. Do. This is load 4. Now does that? Yeah, that's there. There. And this one is load 4, which is the third one up over here. I don't know if there's any reason to run those up through here. I can run those up through there, right? Yeah, I think I will. Minimize the harness back here because I've got a bunch more wires to run through there. Let's go through up here and then plug in. Is there anything through here? There. Right through here. I'm not going to actually zip tie that because I'm not 100% sure that's what I want to do. So I'm going to leave these up front. I can always run them back through here. Okay, so that's load 4. And then we go to the next one. Do that, do that, do that. And then we wait for it to load. What do you mean? Didn't like the wire routing guide. I am not saying that. We've been off guide for a while now? What? It tells you to wire them up one at a time. I did. You're right. I did. And I also, as I did it, I said I may regret this. But I also figured the worst case is we get an extra stream out of it, right? So it's running everything. Is it running? Oh, there's hub wire. Oh, and then it says hub wire. The recommended hub wiring is shown. For the purposes of documentation, I was going to say you could change the wire color, but I can change the, there, now you can see it better. Yeah, it has everything going through there. I guess that's fine. I guess I'll do that. Okay. Tag the wire clips and okay, I'll check it out, but I will follow the routing guide. I may not follow the sequence guide. Is that good enough? I'll follow the routing guide. I've already not followed the sequence guide by installing everything and making sure everything is in my way first. But I will say, maybe I'll do something different and it'll make sense. This is probably not it, but in general, maybe I'll do something different and it'll make sense and you'll want to change the guide. Okay, that is all of the first one routed. So now we go on to lane 3. Wire route, all the same thing. It's basically what I just did, but now we get to do it. So here's 3. So now that can come back over here. We're done with that one. Just going to be a mess anyway. 3. Oh. There. And then the N20 motor next. We can do the motor and prep 3 at the same time. Look at that. I'm going to be efficient. This guy. 3 and 3. Okay. Three and prep 3 is that prep? Yep, prep 3. Ah, Tinkers. Dude, we haven't talked in a long time. We need to fix that. How are you doing? How are you doing? Here, and then this is this one, right? And then that is, yep, okay. Took me long enough? Well, I do a pretty good job of paying attention to chat, but I don't do a perfect job. You made it back. Welcome back, Pez. Liz. Pez. Liz. This one goes up here. It's confirmed, load 3. Okay, so 3 is done. Now, we've got that one. 3 can get tucked out of the way because we're done running things through those zip ties. Well, no, because we have LEDs still to run through here. Don't forget to do the hub end stop before you do the next lane. Yeah, I can do that. Doesn't really matter, but this guy right here. You out of the way. You out of the way. Trickiest part is this end one, not running through the middle of another harness. Go. And where does the hub go? So this is 3. Then hub wiring goes to the top over here. Right there. I'm just paying attention to this stuff. Okay, and then 2, rinse and repeat. We're gonna have to end the stream with giving them treats. There we go. Prep 2. This is 2. Right here. There. And then motor 2 and this is prep 2 and motor 2. I'm going to do these one at a time because this is getting a little crowded down. Prep 2 goes here. Yeah. There. Motor 2. There. Then who's this guy? There we go. Load 2. Get out of the way. Use textured sleeve there. Maybe on a future build, but I feel like it's nice to have access to everything, and trying to sleeve all of this with how many things have to come out of it might be a real challenge. This isn't a challenge. That would be a real challenge. Okay, so then that means yellow is done now. Straight into motor. Should have printed covers for the wires. I was just thinking some sort of tray might be nice, and it might even be nice. It could come along here and then plug in. I don't know if there's enough wire to have things kind of, you could almost attach it to the extrusion down here and have kind of like what Millennium did with on the Milo. They have the little printed snap-in tray. You could probably go, and then you can enter it from any of these. It might not be long enough for some of these, so we're way ahead of you, but that's a later thing. Cool. Yeah, some of these wires as they aren't going to be long enough if you wanted to take them through like what I was just describing. But okay, now there is no zip tie for this to go through, but it's also awfully close there. So that'll do that. And then got this guy and this guy. So we'll just go direct. So load 1, step through the instructions. The LDO raceways are they more than 20 millimeters wide? But still, I don't think you want to put it along the bottom of the trays, because I think there's a hole here for a reason. I suspect you want to be able to get to that. So you wouldn't want to attach it here, and there's not a lot of space in here. I think it would have to go up or to the back, but then you have all these PTFE. I think right along here is probably what makes the most sense to me, is right along this lower, right now it's the top extrusion, but the bottom extrusion here makes the most sense to me. I'm stepping through to the load 1 wiring where it plugs in. We want to bundle per lane and then 1 zip tie to bundle the bundles. Could be. Okay. Oh, what? Where's the, oh, there it is. Okay. So load 1 goes all the way at the top over here. And then prep goes right there. Now, this is quite a bundle, but what I think I'll do is take all this, put some of these through. I'm gonna grab a black zip tie. Actually, it's blue. It's within this tray, so we'll do a blue zip tie. While we still have, do that, but we still have the, yeah. I thought about it before I read your thing there, Trevor. We still have our LEDs to follow. So, shown as a connection made for the the buffer for the turtleneck. So we'll have to plug that in a second. That'll be interesting to get those in there. We have to figure out what the routing is. So we'll just have to deal with that with everything in situ. Confused which plug is which. Here's a document to help you understand the buffer and its functions. This is what you were trying to tell me before. I had no idea what page, so it's nice to see that. Let's see what that says. AFC buffer. So advance and trailing. So I plugged in, let's see what I did. So if this is sitting here, advance, plugged in buffer 2, and trailing, plugged in buffer 1. Here's what I'm going to do. This is, trailing is this one. One of the most useful tools in a shop working on things. Anybody guess? Anybody guess? Different color Sharpies. One of the most useful tools to have around that not everybody might. That was a question in my Discord, and that would probably be something I would put there. So this is trailing, so I'm gonna put T here. That's the one I've got set up for trailing, and that's only because that's the one I plugged in here. So then we're gonna put an A on this one. That is the worst A, but it's very much not a T. So that's all that really matters. I'm not actually gonna hook this up yet. This is going to be a late addition, depending on where it gets mounted for how I put it on the printer. So this is gonna get held up, or it's gonna be a bit before I put that in. Get the dual-headed Sharpies, fine tip on one end, regular on the other. But you don't have as many color combinations with that one, right? I have like a 20 pack of different colors, and it ranges through everything. So we're not actually going to plug that in yet. We're going to ignore, we're going to pretend it doesn't exist. So that is a useful document though. It is hooked up outside the enclosure. Well, it has to pass through, so I'm gonna have to figure out how I'm doing that. It will probably pass through that hole in the skirt. Shown is connection made for the indicator LEDs to match the default AFC clipper add-on configuration. The 80mm jumper will plug into the board at this time. So there is a jumper, and that is in the wiring stuff. I remember seeing it. Figure out where I put it. I was playing with it, I think. Oh, here it is. So what I think is gonna happen, so this, what is, here. We're gonna go from here to there. So RGB is this guy, fourth one up, yeah. So RGB is here. And this one plugs in here. And then we're gonna go through here, I think, and have a connection on each side. So this one has to come through here, there. See you, Andres. Hey, Cookie. Do Scottish foreigners use kilts instead of skirts? Maybe. I don't, so forgive me for not knowing or whatever, but are they kilts for no matter the preference of the person wearing them? Or are there skirts in Scotland? That would be kind of, might lead the answer there. kilts are a specific thing. Not all skirts are kilts. That kind of answers my question, so. So it could still be a skirt in Scotland is the answer to the question. It could be. Okay, now that, and that has to go through the zip tie just put in. So that's all gonna get kind of bundled and turned over this way. Wow, that is quite a bundle of wires. Wow. Extra quite. I'm gonna actually shift that more than 34 millimeters over, I think. Where were those 10 millimeter screws that I pulled out of there? That's these two. That goes through here and we can shift this around as we figure things out. There we go. Okay. Well, I want these things to kind of take up the there we go. Whew. Yeah, the fan's gonna plug in. I'm not gonna run it through this harness though. We'll figure out where it plugs in, but I think it plugs in right there. Got to plug in right there. That's the only 2-pin connection I can see handy. So that's gonna go there. This is gonna come through here. Not tightening these, I'm just kind of bundling them. Like that. Turned out okay. It could be cleaner for sure. This one just kind of hangs out, so I'm gonna put that there. That's the end of the line for that, so. Okay. And not symmetrical, your OCD will be off the charts. Only so much you can do with all the wires. There are a lot of wires. There are a lot of wires here. I like this idea of running along this extrusion though. Everything just kind of come up and in and away. It's not tight enough. Shift it around a little bit. There we go. I printed 2 of the extruders mirrored. I could have. But there wouldn't be room for the electronics over here if I did that. Okay, none of these are really tight. That's okay. I didn't tighten them intentionally. I'll trim all those later as well. So, GB's plugged in. Put the board back in, which I did. I did it a little different than the instructions. But here's what I was wondering is if I had this extrusion still off, I'd be pushing against this skirt. I don't know if that's good or not. It's probably fine, but I think what I did is fine too. Okay. Yes, there is a lot of wires here, and there is going to be less flow to these heat sinks. We are not drawing a lot of power from those steppers either. These are very low current steppers that we're not running at max anything. I think it'll be okay. And there's a fan that kind of blows in that general direction anyway. So. Okay, so now Bowden tubes. So there's a blocked section here. There are 2 different internal diameters for Bowden tube used in box turtle, 3 and 2. If not done during extruder installation, insert a 3mm ID into the spooler E-cast and gently bend and insert into the extruders. So that's the ones that we already did. 0.8 amp and they're intermittently running. I run with no fans on mine, no problem. Yeah. Do we run these at full 0.8 amps? What are the steppers? They're 1 amp steppers. And you run them at 0.8? For the 2mm Bowden, it is highly advised that the ends be beveled around the ID. Install the 2mm ID Bowden lengths as shown. There are many methods of beveling Bowden tubes. You've seen me do it many times. Using a 6mm drill bit by hand, spinning a hobby knife in the Bowden tube ends, or using a deburr tool in the ends of the Bowden tube. Very important that no PTFE debris remains. So required parts are 2 about 101mm for the inner lanes and 2 about 171mm for the outer lanes. So let's see what this looks like. Okay, so we got all this. Anybody tried printing with COPE filament yet? I have not. There's a video out there on that, isn't there? Showing up on everyone's feeds. Okay, let's see what 171mm looks like. I'm way ahead of you there, Edward. Way ahead of you. And I mean that in the nicest way possible. about 171 millimeters. Is about right there. So if I mark that and look at this, it's here to, and that seems very long. How far does this go in here? How far do these go into there? Building lengths appear to be, if your extruders are pointing straight, may need to adjust for angled. Yep, and that's what we're checking. We are checking. Here, I'm just gonna look at the part right now. STLs, base build. Where are we? Where's the hub? Here we go. How far in? Can I see that? Oh, okay. Doesn't go super far in. I just wanted to see how far it goes in. I didn't want, if it extended in like 20 millimeters, then I'd need to figure something out, but they don't go much past the thing. Movement in the motors? What do you mean? Okay, so they don't go very far in. So if we look at that and some sort of something like about that. Let's see what that looks like. Okay, so that's about a centimeter, maybe 15 millimeters. Yeah, maybe 15 millimeters shorter. Movement left to right. I don't know what you mean there, Edward. I mean, these are all fine. These are all fixed in place. Yeah, I was holding this in where I think it'll end up going. I've got extra of this. If I screw it up, I will fix it. I'll replace it. What length is that I measured out? Almost exactly 150 millimeters is what I just measured out. Big piece of PTFE tube is a pain in the neck to deal with. Okay, so my method for chamfering these is to use a chamfer bit. Well, labeled as a center reamer, but it's a 60-degree bit that I bought off Amazon ages ago. And you just do it by hand. And it creates a nice 60-degree chamfer. And then you look in here and you make sure you didn't get any debris. Maybe blow through it. I don't know. Now I am going to chamfer both sides. Although it shouldn't be needed. You should only need to do the input side, the feed side. But if anything gets caught, I'm going to do less of a chamfer on the other side. You put yours on an knurled handle? Yeah. Okay, so now that one, check the fit here and see how well I did. So it's right there. I probably should go just slightly more. That's probably a little tiny bit short. That is probably a little tiny bit short. If we go, let's go 160 millimeters on this one. go 160 millimeters. That seems a bit better, right? Seems better. 160. I think that's probably pretty good. Comes straight out there, makes a turn, goes straight into there. I'm gonna redo this one. I'll reuse this one for one of the middles. There we go. This is the 2 ID. This it calls for the 2 millimeter ID. This is all I have left in the kit for the 3, and this has to be for the inputs. So now this, basically it's almost a straight shot. So we're gonna want to be really close on this. I might push that in to get that correct. We will punch through the wall in no time with 3. Interesting. Is it because of the number of changes, how often it gets cycled? Guess this probably goes, get my head in the way here, but I'm gonna guess right there with a little bit of extra. Well, let's see how long. Ooh, shoot. Yeah. How long did I make that? That's right at about 95. It's about 95. Now I've got a little piece I can use for the hot end. It's a gentle chamfer, aggressive chamfer there. Yep, those are fully inserted, but I'd probably go 100. I'll probably go 100 on this one. Just an extra tiny little bit. That was 95, I'm gonna go 100. Nope, not that one. And it said, I think, didn't the instructions say 101? Yeah. Instructions said 101. For these angled ones, I'm gonna cut that by a whopping 1 millimeter. That seems too much. That seems too much. 13 minutes to Shammy's interview. Or DeWitt stream, whichever you prefer. I'm going to take 3 millimeters off of this. That's a good point. Let's see if this one fits better on the other side, if they're not exactly. Yeah, that one's still a little, it's about the same tight, so same. Let's do about 3 millimeters off and see what that looks like. There we go. That's pretty good. This is 97 millimeters. Hey Dutch dude, welcome. I'm gonna say 97. Meet the Maker. Yeah, Meet the Maker is in an hour. Now, DeWitt, Tim, may be streaming in 11 minutes. Yeah, it's 10 to 3 right now Pacific, and they stream at 4 for. Is this going to be functioning today? Oh no, not a chance. It's actually going to, I was actually expecting 3 streams, but I was off. I was off. That's good for you, right? There we go. That seems good. What do you think? "10 minutes till Monday on your side." The LDO giveaway happens at the 3-hour mark on my streams, Endless Hunt. So yes, it happened almost 2 hours ago. But you can always know when you come back, and we're gonna give another box turtle away next Sunday. If you come back at 1 p.m. Pacific time, that's when the giveaway is. If you're gonna come in and enter the giveaway, leave a courtesy subscribe. Hey, Jason's still here. Well, we were gonna stretch it out to like 10. Is that okay, Jason? Was I a Polar Tid Club member? Nope, we haven't had any new members. Yes, if you can last 10 streams. Uh-oh. I shouldn't have asked. Okay, those are in. What is next? Do those look reasonable to everybody? All the folks in here that have built these? It hasn't told me to plug in the fan. I did plug in the hub. The hub is plugged in. The fan, did it tell me to plug in the fan? Buenagrad, thank you for becoming a member. Turtle hunting Sunday, exactly. Did it tell me to plug in the fan at some point? We got RGB. Load prep, or is that a later step? I changed it to another color. I just happened to click on red because the black wires weren't visible on my black printed parts in the manual. Doom, thanks for the gifted memberships. Fan is optional, so it doesn't show it. Okay, that makes sense. So it's optional means I didn't forget to plug it in. Okay, let's get back through here. There we go. Insert the button tube from your AFC all the way through your turtleneck. So on the turtleneck, it goes through here. It should stop just short of pushing the slide outwards from the main body. And idlers. Okay. When do we put on the feet? Seems like, okay, well, let's put together the idlers. Let's set this up on its front. Idlers, which I did print with a brim. You are very welcome to choose that. But there will probably be consequences. Just like I might not plug in the fan, but there may be consequences, but I'm hearing it doesn't really matter. Okay, so we're gonna clean these up real quick, and I'm just back scraping with a hobby knife. I'm not actually cutting towards myself. Because see, all of these, I might have already cleaned up some of these. I'd like to get to the point where this has feet on it. And basically the main box here is built. And I'll cut a panel for it before the next stream. I'll put that on. Yeah, you're right. The deburring tools are can be challenging. If you want to use a better tool for this, where is it? Oh, there it is. So this is a Noga plastic scraping tool. You use it the same way. It's just, I mean, it's sharp, but it's not hobby knife sharp. It was just way over there. It was a lot harder to get to than the hobby knife. See you, Tinkers. That is not blood. That's Sharpie. Another tool, yes. The Noga. I don't know what number this is. This might be in my Amazon list. Not sure. Okay, then we've got nifty little printed joiners. That's it. Got it through Cloud 42 and it works nicely, yeah. Oops, missed this one. See, this one was, the hobby knife was closer to me. Okay. I already have one I experimented plugging together. Bearings, and then those go in there. Before installing the final trim on the box turtle, now's a good time to connect it to the printer and verify functionality of all the components. I'm going to go to the next section. Triangular blade that tapers to a point, yeah. Let's see, it's got three edges on it. It's not really a cutting surface, it's more of scraping. So everybody, just to deflect some blame from me, Bill is to blame for this one. Bill is to blame for this one. Bill is to blame for these. Okay, we have some heat sets to put in. I want this to stand on its own feet. So that is the goal for today. Get it to stand on its own feet. I think this is all the stuff. You may not have pushed the buy button, but you're still to blame. Blamed or thanked. Same difference, right? Pull out these are taller pieces, so I need to use this heat set press. I can't find the no-go tool. Either Bill will or I can put it on, at least what I bought. Actually, we can, let's see. Hold on, I'll get you a link. I'll get you a link. It's the SC8000. It's not obscenely priced either. That's it right there, John. SC8000 is the one I bought. That's the one that was right there. Brian, this is a Pine-Sol. I'm a big fan of the Pine-Sol. For its cost, it's a very effective iron for this. I have not brought myself to use any of these type irons for actual soldering. I still prefer my Weller, but Pine-Sol is nice. Rudy, I did get a Core 1. I'm really hoping it ships tomorrow. I think it should have shipped on Friday, but I kind of threw a wrench in the works. So I'm really hoping it ships tomorrow. I should hear tomorrow. So just an FYI, anybody that's still here, how many people do we still have here? We're still 340 people. When the Core 1 arrives, I'm streaming that night. I don't care what night it is. Because I'm not waiting to unbox it. So, unfortunately, that's not going to be super friendly for European folks. But you got to understand, if it arrives on Thursday, I'm not going to wait till Sunday to open it. Or Saturday morning. So I'll do it as early as I possibly can, depending on what day it is and what all that, but those heat sets are in, and then we can put on the feet. So we have a, is there anything different about this? Looks like we have a hex nut. Is that in the tools here? I am not buying, I did not buy a full kit. I purchased a upgrade kit though. At the end of the day, I don't really need or have room for 3 Core 1s, which is what would happen if I built a kit. So if I built a kit, then that would be one. But I want to do an upgrade because I think it's more appealing to me, for whatever reason, to build the Core 1 upgrade from a Mark IV than to build the full kit. Because it's basically the same process. It's just you get the extra bits of discovering what it takes to go from a Mark IV. Okay, so these guys go on here. There's a little indent there and a little protrusion there. Oh, the Noga tool, Thomas? Oh, bought it anyway, I see. Upgrade kit, AKA conversion kit. Yes, converting the kit to convert a Core 1 or a Mark IV to a Core 1. So this guy drops into here. Yes. Doesn't really hold. It doesn't. If that's supposed to, am I missing something? 4 M5 washers. Oh, that goes through. Everything goes through here. Okay. M5 washers. There we are. 4 M5 washers. So here, can you imagine converting a A1 into a X1C? Yeah, it's something out of left field that you wouldn't have expected. I'm missing a foot? Oh yeah, I was paying attention to chat and trying to do this. Just kind of looking how we could go. And then get that held in place. Right, there we are. It was right there. And not many ugga-duggas there. It just needs to hold. And I think this goes on here. And then there is a An M3x6. That's where those M3x6 goes. Go. What heat set kit is that I'm using? The heat set press. This one is the VLMP from Vector 3D. This is an older version. It's the first one I built. The other one I was using earlier is the Zero Press from Iconic Lab. I'd like to turn my MK3 into Core 1. So I have an MK3S that has gotten 3.5, 3.9, 4. It's about to get a 4S, and we're going to do that on a stream. I just don't know when. And then it'll get a Core 1. So yeah, going through the full cycle. Hey, Brent. I do need multiple heat set presses. I have a VLMP2. I have a kit for the VLMP2. And that is going to get, I don't know if it'll get a stream or if I'll just try to do some sort of assembly coverage or something on it. Or if I'll do a variety stream like I've typically done, put one of those together while also checking something else out. When we did the the Zero Press there, we checked out the Mellow M1, their little brick of a tiny foldable printer. What size feet are these? They appear to be, the base of them is 20 millimeters, or yeah, 20 or 21. They are 12 millimeters tall, designed for an M5. So really the important part's not as important. It's 12 millimeters tall, about 20 millimeters in diameter, and for an M5. Need one heat set press per size of the heat set you use. That is very true. You need at least, I got the hub back there I'm dealing with right now. You need at least 2. So you can have like a M2 in one, an M3 in the other, or an M4 or 5 in one. Any M5 foot will ultimately work. Something, I mean, if you want to fit within the skirt piece here, you want to stay within wherever this, I think you want to stay right around the 19 or 20 millimeter diameter. Otherwise you'll interfere with the screw that holds the other piece in. You know, I thought the same, Martin. I really like my heat set presses. I hardly ever go by hand anymore. This is clean. I like it. I like these corners. I think the assembly is clever. And it gives you, there is an optional parts there for LEDs, so you can have more ergo bleds. I find no press is just quicker and easier now. Heat set removal set. I have the CNC kitchen stuff around here somewhere. And then I have my own techniques that I use. Many of you have seen. Yeah, more LEDs, exactly. All of them. Okay. That's that. Ah, it sits on feet now. Woohoo. Sits on feet. These guys. Is that like neo pink? What is pink? Or pix, neopix. I read pink and I was very confused. These are neopixels, yeah. Hey Lucas. There are new cats. That is Felix, the black one, and Oscar is the orange one. Is there a heat option I can add? There is upcoming a enclosure that will have a active heating option based on the poly dryers. Why are they offset like that? Because I set them offset because I thought it was, I don't know. Let's see something. Let's grab, I don't know, I've got some random roll here. Yeah, everything's spinning. I don't want to spin this too fast. I don't want to inject a current from those N20s. Cardboard roll is tough because the ones I have out here, I guess this will work. Oh, yeah, it's still tough. I'm just gonna let that sit there. I mean, it doesn't get any worse than the protopasta rolls. That's funny, I didn't see you guys mentioning protopasta. Everything's moving smooth. I don't see any. I think this is all working well. Get this out of the way. Oh. Okay. 3. Oh, yeah, we got to do that. So these are 50 millimeter, but I don't know that we have, do we have 200 millimeters left of this? We might. Oh, nope. We have basically 180 something. Oh, protopasta filament otherwise is excellent. As with any filament, if you buy their PETG, as with any PETG, I recommend drying it before printing with it. But yes, I have 184, 185 of this left. So we could go, well, if I have 185, I could go 45 millimeters and be okay. And the 5 millimeters on these things that are sticking out here isn't gonna hurt if it's 5 millimeters short, right? Because 45 millimeters should be 180 millimeters needed. And I've got 180, oops, wrong way. I've got 180 something. I have about 185. I could go 46 millimeters. Nice. I like that, Gabriel. This thing is designed for 50, so I can't use the jig here for this, but I will mark this and cut them. So if you're only left with this much left in your kit and you were good at cutting everything else, then, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think 45 millimeters is gonna be fine, right? There's nothing that's gonna, let me grab my thicker ruler so I can hold it up against it. A little better. Governor of the PTFE, or is that a challenge? No, it'll be fine. I'm gonna use what I have here is the thing. There's one. There's two. Three, and these ones are going to be a little more challenge to mark because I am going to cut it to the same as the others. End up with 4 millimeters extra. There we go. Okay, so there. And then I have these guys. You know, the PTFE price, this should be double the amount needed. The kit for the same price. So this is 4 millimeter. I am gonna clean these up a little bit. Just at this size. I'm not going to use a reamer because it's not going to press on. I'm just going to clean up the inside of this a little bit. There we go. Hey, Michael. There we go. There's one. No, I don't think that's good, unless I had an undersized reamer. I know I have some reamers that are around 4 millimeters that are intentionally under and oversized for, I think it was during the black box build, I thought I needed them. But this is just a tiny little bit of cleaning up of things like seam line. I mean, this is a tiny part. I don't think it's unreasonable for this to need some cleanup. Any lid in the future? There is a cover that's coming. If you go to the Box Turtle YouTube, or the Armored Turtle, is that right? Yeah, Armored Turtle YouTube. There is a teaser talking about it. It is set up to use a option to use the poly dryer bases for active heating. Yeah, they're getting there. Okay, now this is assembled, right? Not missing anything? Those go in there. And it finished. The next thing we'll be going to is the Filamatrix. We're going to assemble the hot end. I am doing the Clockwork 2 setup, and I will be using the Revo that's already on the printer. It is a Revo PZ. So next weekend we'll be assembling the Filamatrix, putting it on the printer, setting up the can connection to the board in here. Do these get those sick? I'm not trimming the zip ties until near the end. If we want to really consider, what do we got here? This guy is going to end up, I'm guessing, plugging in right there. There we go. Don't chamfer the PTFE inlet. I'm not using USB, no. I want to run only 4 wires to this, and I'm comfortable with CAN, so I will be running it in CAN. These are the 3mm ID. There's no chamfering of those. All of these 4 have been chamfered. Now there is, let's see here, this guy that we still have to work on. So the turtleneck is going to come from here into here, and then this is going to go to the printer. So I'll set all of this up and figure out its routing when we actually put this on the printer. So, hey Johnny Boy Tech. So, plug it at least once. Yeah, there's some zip tie management stuff here that we'll be able to get going. And then there's a little mount. I'm going to reprint it because I accidentally printed it in the wrong color. But there is a little mount here. I think this goes something like, yeah, that. And then it can mount somewhere. And it might mount here. This might loop around and go into here and then into the printer. I don't know. We'll figure it out. So there's still quite a bit here. We've got a whole tool head. We've got a whole filament path set up and all the setup and configuration. So with that, everybody take a break, get something to eat, use the restroom. But this stream is going to redirect to West 3D's Meet the Maker with Chamois on. That will be a good stream. If you're looking for something to watch in between, Tim at DWIT3D is streaming right now, I believe. So go say hi, tell him I said say hi. But the redirect is to the Meet the Maker stream. So, you can use more than 3 turtles. I don't know how many you can stack. Let's see how well this handles filament rollover. Does the Turtleneck cause a bend in the PTFE? We will have to be mindful of the bend radius on stuff to keep things nice and free. So, I mean, it's just cute. With that, oh, no. Well, they're awfully asleep. We'll do treats next stream. With that, I hope you have a good rest of the week. We'll see you next Sunday. Take care and enjoy the build. Bye.